Let's begin. In 3, 2, 1, go. Alright, first things first. Let's see if we have to do any config changes for this one. I'm going to say we want the memory cursor on fast message speed. Probably should also put on the dash. There we go. That helps out. Let's see, upgrade-wise. Do we even really need something for these characters? I guess so. We'll get them some rapiers, just for the fun of it. Also make sure that they've got some chainmail armor. Nice to have a little bit of safety and comfort there. And I guess for Dan needs something important to do. Maybe we get him... How about the cure spell? I'm sure he'll be using that quite often. There you go, Dan. And you can have some harm as well. But let's get some more cure spells. They're pretty good for everybody. And then let's get trapped in by some soldiers. Somebody's got to let us out. There we go. That guy's opened up. This is a new thing that they put into the remakes. You have to talk to the king at the start, or you can't leave the town until you do. And now we know the story of how the 3 Light Warriors, and of course also Dan, came to the town of Canaria. Home of promise, opportunity, and of course, a fabulous good time. Alright. There was our Black Belt playthrough we did a while back. And here is our trip up to the Temple of Fiends. We don't need levels. All we need is our sturdy swords and, of course, Dan's wonderful hammer. Alright, his hammer might be a stick right now, but eventually he'll have a hammer. And that's the important part. Can red mages cast nuke in this version? Nope. That, by the way, is one of our bonus dungeons that we'll be unlocking later. That is the bonus dungeon that you get after Lich is defeated. Easiest of the bonuses by a large margin. Hey, Pern, thank you very much for gifting out a sub there. I do hope the recipient enjoys those emotes, and Pern, thank you very much for the support. I have some good news for you. There's going to be a lot of Final Fantasy tonight. Excellent, leveled up. Now, in this version, there are fewer guaranteed stat increases, especially for the red mages, and you are a little bit more reliant on the random component to the level ups. So on any level, you could get a strong HP gain. As you saw, our red mages did not, but they are hopefully going to not be too far off by the time that we get late in. That's right, Dan's a helper. Alright, should be good enough to take on Garland. Way more some spiders than we take on Garland. Just for the fun of it. There we go. Gets me an extra level by doing that. Probably some HP there, maybe some HP there, and definitely some swords over here. It's Garland time. How badly do we need RNG in this run? It would be beneficial to have good RNG, of course, but I think we'll use swords rather than luck for the most part. Dan is beefy. He has been lifting. And Garland has been knocked down. Let's go. We'll acquire one princess. Hopefully we'll get maybe a key floater start. That would be a nice one. Hey, soft hands and acronyms. Thank you very much for the good wishes there. Hope you enjoyed tonight's All Dungeons playthrough. Just a boring loot start. Oh well. It might not even be randomized. Let's go. Another thing that's added into the remakes are some of these additional cutscenes. Get a couple key moments of the game. For the most part, though, the original Final Fantasy doesn't have a lot of interruptions in terms of the game flow. Hey, Dataplat. Welcome in. These workers have just been informed that the sooner the bridge is done, the sooner Dan will be out of town. And that has gotten them motivated. Does this game include the bonus dungeons with bosses from other games? Yep, that is why we're doing an all dungeons playthrough. Alright, anything else we want to get, Canaria? Pretty much not. I am sure we're fine with what we got here. We can go take a little walk. Alright, a pretty long walk. Gotta go all the way to Provoca. Don't worry, Captain Catboy. I'm sure Garland tried his best. His best was just really not very good. By the way, lovely little touch here. The sunrise coming up in this scene actually changes color over the course of it. Notice it gets gradually into daylight as the storyline goes by. No damage spells? Yeah, I don't think we'll need them. We've got swords. Oh yeah, that prelude hitting hard. Can definitely see the inspirations that Final Fantasy IV had for its opening as well. Some slight similarities. Hey, we sleep is halfway tempting. It really doesn't hit often enough to be worth it. Like, you can deal with most encounters in this game just by running away. Highly recommend it for the most part. And if you can't run away, just reset and try again. So you'll see a lot of save scumming from this point on. It's like if I got a big pack of Gerwolves or things, that'd be really dangerous. Rather than failing to run away a whole bunch of times, just reset and try again. As opposed to the NES Final Fantasy where running was kind of broken and it didn't matter what the enemies were. In this version, faster enemies are tougher to run from. It's like those horses, lots of agility. Gerwolves have got lots of agility. Pretty much anything outside of the starter enemies right now. It's going to be pretty challenging for us. Maybe not lizards. I think we can deal with an iguana. We cannot deal with an iguana. They are far beyond us. Just trying to get a level up on that fighter so we can do a little bit more damage. Currently not really helping that much in this battle. There we go. Got our level up done. You might also notice that we've got MP instead of spell slots. Definitely a somewhat controversial change over the course of the series. But it makes managing your spells much easier to get the specific ones that you want. Alright, where are we going? Do we put Temper first? I think we do use Temper quite a lot here, so probably worth it. Let's do it after we get our pirate fight done. Excuse you, sir. Take some health, and then I will take on Bicky's men. Oh, we're about to give Bicky the business. He is not gonna like it. Hey, Tiny Pyramids, welcome in. I hope you're having a wonderful weekend here and are ready to enjoy some fabulous Final Fantasy. Excellent, as long as you don't realize that Dan has no pants on. This fight should go well. We got another level up done. We got, ooh, the latest shield drop. That is not at all valuable, but it is an enemy drop. It's kind of nice getting the long sword from Garland. That's a pretty decent one. We'll take the boat. And we're going to take any armor here. We're just going to wait for a little bit. Might just wait for a bit. Go for offense instead. Alright, everyone, we're just gonna be trapped. That works too. So we have a couple options here. We can do the 15 puzzle for cash, which is more like what you would do in the speedrun. We could also try and grab some ogre time, which of course is always a fun way of dealing with your early game woes. Or we can do a little bit of both. You, out of the way! I will burn this town to the ground, and then I will burn it again. Hey, Nakarashi, welcome in. Alright, maybe we'll do a little bit of 15 puzzle. I think I want to shoot for second place prizes here. So I want to finish at just under a minute. So I'll wait for a little bit here to give me some additional room for a couple more finishes after this. Let's go with 50 seconds. Should be a good time. Elixir, not bad. Should sell for a fair amount of cash. Probably could hang on to that elixir for a long time. I don't know how valuable it's going to be in the bonus dungeons compared to the regular late game. Grab a Mega Elixir. Call that good. Hey, too bad shot. Yep. Gonna be doing all the dungeons here. Now, Mega Elixir is, of course, really, really good. This is a single target. This is a multi-target for a full recover. So you might think about calling that good enough for some late game support. Could also use that for just a lot of cash here right now. Alternatively, another good source of money is to go over to the Dwarf Cave, grab all their treasures there. Maybe murder some more pirates. They probably do deserve it. Secret of the 15 puzzle, it's really not as hard as it might seem to get a lot of the board locked down. So once you kind of recognize some of the more common patterns, you can bang them out pretty quickly in the 30-second or so time range. Excellent, that's some good money. Definitely take that fight. Don't think we want that one. How does Dan feel about MP versus spell levels? Well, I do have to say that going with the NP system does dramatically improve the value of mages, especially in the late game. In the base game for the NES version, you know, the mages are really strong early on, but as the game progresses, and especially as you get to the last couple of dungeons, it's all about the melee characters. You're just not going to be able to kill any of the bosses with magic. And this kind of shifts the balance a bit back to where the mages are a lot more interesting to have around. Now, there are some balance changes that they made as part of fixing all the bugs, which makes the game easier. They then went and buffed all the bosses up to be a little bit more powerful. And overall, it is easier than before, but I think if you didn't have nearly as many spells as the NP system allowed for, it would have been pretty tough to do some of those encounters. Hey, there's an ogre time. Probably just barely worth doing the temper here. It's like, I don't know if you could have finished it in one round if it was tempered up. Hey, Pern, thank you very much for that contribution to the Melmond Relief Fund. I am sure you'll be relieved to know that the town of Melmont may just burn tonight. Okay, so we do want to try and get some ogres here, especially grogers would be really good. Those are not grogers. Can you manipulate the RNG in this version like the NES? It is a very different encounter system in Lightning Fart. On this version, it is frame-based for all of the encounters that you get. And that means that it is far more difficult to get useful manipulations that are repeatable. You will notice sometimes if you like rapidly reload the game and kind of mash your way into it that you can see some similar patterns to the enemies, but it's just not nearly as consistent as what you would have for the NES version with step routing. That's a pile of junk. I would like to get maybe a couple of Groger fights if we can. They are very rare though, so regular ogre fights are likely the best that we can do. I am hanging out in this zone, though, that has a little bit stronger encounters than the right around the Elfland region one. This is kind of like the stronger Provoca zone. Is that nice not to worrying about min-maxing? Well, if you actually wanted to min-max in this game, it would be way tougher. I think it'd be a really big pain to try and get this version min-max because of how much more randomness there is in the level ups. But it is generally good that since you can get a lot more levels in this game compared to the NES version, don't have to worry as much about bad levels getting in your way. Just kind of slows you down a bit. Mostly good fights here so far. Be nice if we got some good ogre time. Now in this version we don't have to worry about buying a silver sword. They are not available until you get to Crescent Lake. They did think that silver swords were kind of overpowered, which is pretty true. They're definitely really, really strong compared to anything else that you're getting at this point. In fact, they're stronger than what you get in Melmond. This is the town after this. There we go. Oh, don't say it's all ogre viewer. You gotta clench. Hey. Okay, 2 tempers should do it. Yeah, you 2 cure up on the fighter. You can cure Tadaro. Try and keep everybody healthy so that we don't miss out on this ogre XP. Does Elfland still have good spells? Yes, the spells are still the same. There are very few changes from the original version. That's why I kind of call out Silver Sword as a particularly notable one. They very, very rarely remove stuff. That was good. Usually they are buffing and giving you more stuff than you had before to make it a little bit easier in the game. Alright, level 7 there, that's pretty good. But if you're giving me more ogres, you know, I'm not going to say no to that. Was the Silver Sword being available a mistake or intentional? Probably intentional, but it just threw the balance out of whack a bit. I don't know if they anticipated that people would, you know, grind for the Silver Sword before going too far into the game, which allows them to get a pretty powerful weapon very, very early on. I might just go for short swords rather than sabers here. Do have decent cash overall. Doubt we need the cure too, so maybe we go for Thundara. Oh, we got still more levels to go. What's the level you require for this? I don't know if it's going to tell me. Yeah, it just says magic level 2. So it doesn't give you info on when it unlocks the next one. I know it's a bit later that you get levels than you do on the NES version. I will take some iron armor though. Don't know if we need the rest of the defensive gear. We're probably good without it. Get all this junk out of the way. Maybe finally buy some potions. Is always lovely being able to buy stacks of things very, very quickly. Super handy to have. By the way, these are actually cabins, not tents. And both cabins and houses in this version recover MP. They just have differing amounts of recovery that they give you. Let's say we get 1 stack of pures. We'll get 3 stacks of potions. That should be good for right now. Kind of doubt that we need this tent, but guess we'll throw that on there as well. And now that I spent all my cash, do I really want that Thundara? I probably do. It's really, really good. Level 9 for 3rd tier spells. Yeah, it's been a while since I played the GBA version, so I don't have the levels memorized like I used to. We'll generally be getting more levels than we would in a normal speedrun in this playthrough because we're going to need to be able to take on the bonus dungeons afterwards. And I think that the bonus dungeons are definitely tougher than any content in the base game. They're very long, you don't have a restock point anywhere along the way for most of them. So you gotta have just like your big pile of ethers sustaining you throughout there. And the bosses are very hard compared to the base game bosses. Does this version have the burrito? Yes, it does have the burrito. Although I have not purchased any burritos, we might get to see one at some point. Hey, Theatrius, welcome in. Oh yes, the burrito is strong. It is where we sometimes live, but since the burrito does not recover any MP, it's just not nearly as good as the basic cabins here. That's why I generally favor them for the small number of times that you might need to have overworld recovery. It's kind of a lot less important in this version since you can, reset your way through random battles, and you tend to have a lot more resources per dungeon than you would in the NES version. Yeah, these aren't worth it. Those are definitely not worth it. So we're doing 4 tempers, so pretty much not a huge difference than we had earlier on. I am noticing that our red mages have been very unfortunate with their HP gains, other than the one mandatory one. They've gotten nothing for HP up. And again, nothing on level 8 there. Kind of sad. Will there be any extremely out of bounds bats? Sadly, I'm afraid that the out of bounds bat is an NES/Famicom version exclusive. They were unable to secure the rights for the re-releases. It's amazing how close we are to killing things, and yet just not quite there. I think we'll get a sword upgrade for the fighter. That should really help things out a bit. Might end up just sorting the wizards rather than doing the lit 2s. We'll see how I'm feeling. It is one of the nice things about being able to chill a bit with this challenge run tonight. Gonna try out different strategies that might not be picked for a regular speedrun of this game. Ooh, do we want Ice 1? Might be able for Astos. Okay, you got that short sword there, which is called the Broadsword. And I'm thinking about the Ice 1. This gets me out of having to worry about the lit to nearly as much. Well, I guess if you just temper the fighter, you're probably fine on Astos. May have been a waste of money getting those. Beep, beep, beep. Turns out you just have to be really loud around these townspeople so they realize that you're behind them. Nice graphics for the GBA. Yeah, this is a very more potent console than people kind of realize for graphics. It is, in some ways, at the level of Super Nintendo, but as you can see, pretty clearly has a lot of benefits over what the Super Nintendo could do, especially with colors. Where the GBA was a bit weaker was in sound, and that's because GBA is a little tiny console. It's got only a very small space for having a speaker inside of it, and they had to design games based on the expectation that you're just using the built-in speaker. So as a result, music tends to be kind of muted, and you notice that the bass is not particularly clear. How rude. I was using that red mage. Intelligence scaling makes the black mage a great healer with the mage staff. It is something that you definitely notice, the red mages not getting nearly as powerful as they do in the NES version because their intelligence kind of lags behind the white and black mage. I use them for versatility though. It is really nice having kind of that mix of at least decent hit points together with the ability to cast a very wide selection of spells. Alright, things we don't need, get rid of that rapier, keeping my inventory nice and tidy. I probably have interest in more potions than I do in more antidotes here. If we get super heavy poison, I can just reset the encounter. Is audio balance tougher for a handheld game? It does have some factors that go into its space-time continuum, where the sound effects are much louder than the background music. Tends to be very, very chill for the game audio for the most part, and then they can have like really loud explosions. So it is something that you have to figure out how to deal with. Does GBA have more colors than Super Nintendo? Yes. The Super Nintendo is much more advanced than the NES when it comes to colors, but both of them use palette systems, which means that they have a certain number of system colors that the console knows how to produce, but you can only choose to have a subset of those system colors available at any one time. So like a sprite on the NES, well, you might have essentially 53 colors, I think it is, to choose from that are uniquely interesting. Like a sprite's only gonna have 4 colors, one of which is almost always gonna be black. So like it's very limited for what it can do for a certain block of the screen. And the Super Nintendo's got bigger choices. But by the time that you're at the GBA, you've got pretty much no restrictions on how colors can be used in certain sub-areas of the regions of the screen. And lets you have a lot more overall kind of freedom artistically. Now, resolution-wise, GBA is not particularly a high-resolution console, so it can't go really wild on that. Unlike the PSP, which you really notice how much more like detailed and smooth the artwork is. Because not only does it have more colors, but it also has the resolution to be able to actually have like smoother gradients on things. Alright, that was a fun time. Let's go into the Marsh Cave here, which should have a slightly lower encounter rate than the overworld. A couple of dungeons that have lower encounter rates than you might expect. This game generally has very high encounter rates. But you'll notice, like, not nearly as many in the Marsh Cave. I think the Waterfall is another one like this. So it's kind of like the rare exceptions that are fun when you get to them. The only thing you might notice is that we'll get an unusual number of preemptive attacks. And that's because starting in this version of the remix, anything that was an ambush rate before is now a preemptive rate. Which means that you've got, like, for some encounters, like a really, really high chance of going first. Like shadows flipping around from a 90% disadvantage to a 90% advantage, that's pretty big. Warmech at 75%. And Marsh Cave's got a lot of things at like a 40% ambush rate. So you really notice those as well. It's one of those things where they tried to, like, kind of balance their changes. So more encounters, but they're a little bit nicer about giving you an advantage in some of them. Alright, let's have a good wizard fight. 2 wizards? Yeah, 3 might be doable. We'll see how we do here. Of course, hitting everybody except for the fighter, who's got lots of armor. Just what we want to see. There we go. Dyer's fine. Everything's fine. Funk. Ice One's not a great spell for the wizards, but it's a guaranteed hit, whereas the regular swords might just miss. That's why I was using those to clean up the enemies at the end. Is the rate of targeting the same? I believe it is. Except for a very small bug fix that made for a slight difference between slots 3 and 4. They were supposed to both be essentially 1 and 8s, but they're off by a very tiny amount. That party mix looks a little bit too poisonous for us to take on. Not about it, though. It is, of course, extremely delicious. And so there is a temptation. That we're probably not going to run from. Werewolves are really fast. The differences between slot 3 and 4, a bug or the missing RNG sequence. I believe it's the duplicated value. If you're thinking about, you know, what even odds would look like on RNG, they put a little bias into it so that you'd have an extra critical hit value, which does put things off by 1, because then there's another value that's later on that got removed to make room for the extra low value. And I think that does cause a slight shift in the targeting as well. At least that's what I remember for it. Yeah, we need that experience anyway. Because we've had an excellent Marsh Cave here. And it's time for us to go get Astos. You know what? Let's see if we can take these guys on. Let's not take those guys on, they suck. I won't say who is to blame for that reset, but his name is Dan. Try this one again. There you go, Echidna. Yep, this is the vanilla version of Final Fantasy GBA. Say one night challenge. Yep, that is the plan, Neapolitan Afterglow. Both challenges for Season 19. I intend to do in a single night. This one, which is all dungeons for the GBA, and then Pixel Remaster 100% all achievements, which we'll be doing later in the season intermission. I'm thinking about doing both of the challenge runs on Sundays. So we got this one tonight, then we do a couple of Extreme World randomizers. I'm cooking up some ideas for how to make things even more extreme than ever before. So we might do one game plus Final Fantasy IV on Tuesday and Wednesday for those. Don't know why I saved out here. We've got all this way up to Astos that we could walk. There we go. That's better. Alright, first big thing, don't get rubbed. Tadaro. Clearly not paying attention to the instructions. Well, we're done with tempers. See if we can make it through with the amount of damage that we have output-wise here. $69 damage may not be enough. It was not. Alright. Let's try again to not get rubbed. I can definitely tell you all, this is way better than dealing with Astos when we had, like, thieves. That was a really terrible time. Putting our decoy down out there. Maybe this time we'll stay safe. Or maybe not. We'll be doing more damage because now you did not target the fighter with slow, which helps out tremendously for damage output. And then getting punched in the face does give him something to do. Hey, I was using that fighter. There we go. Good Astos fight. Hey, Josh, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful weekend here. And enjoy the Final Fantasy. Crystal Eye, alright. Let's go ahead and put you back around there. Go do some fetch questing. Hey, Pepperoni Pizza. Thank you very much for resubscribing. Back for 11 months. Hope you're having a great time with Final Fantasy and you enjoy our season intermission. Yep, that's the crystal item that we just got. Everything is exactly the same except for the names, which are a little bit weird if you've been used to the NES version for a long time. You might have to adapt to some of the things being called slightly different. High encounter rates are definitely a thing. Polfrico, but because you can save anywhere you want, it makes it way easier to get through areas. Like if you don't want to take a single fight at all in a dungeon, it's a little bit slower because you're going to be resetting a whole bunch, but you can totally do it. Whereas NES, while you might be able to do step manipulation and predict where the encounters are, eventually you just have to take encounters. And you've got no choice about that. Hey, McElvey. Welcome in and thanks for the good wishes. Maybe put the Fire 2 first. Probably use that against undead quite a lot. Do we get Dan a cure too? I mean, does he really deserve it? And we'll get so much money. Shouldn't be much of an issue to afford things. Hey there, Omega Bear. Hope you're having a great day here. Spells are cheaper, yes. Everything's cheaper and everything also gives you more experience in gold. So you're buffed in both directions when it comes to purchases. Although there are some new things that you didn't have before, like instead of just having regular potions, you can get high potions, which give you more recovery, and you've got ethers to buy, which give you MP recovery. So there are a lot of things that you can sink your cash into for consumables. Eventually, though, you're just going to have way, way more money than you need. And that's just like the NES version in that regard. That'll pass. I think at this point, Ogre is not especially interesting. I might do a mummy grind. That may be more profitable than doing Peninsula Power. Just because you can bang out the mummies really, really fast in comparison. Peninsula Power works especially well on the NES version because you know that by power cycling the console, you can get the Zombo formation, which is by far the best for power leveling on, very, very predictably. But since you can't do that here, you are more inclined to take on trap tiles instead, which we're going to see a lot of our pal the Eye. That's going to be how we get a lot of levels in the game overall. And then it's just a question of how do you get to the ice caves that you can do your eye grind in a timely fashion. So you don't want to do too much early game grinding here. That's the equivalent of Fokara and Diara in the NES version, so you can probably recognize things a bit better if you know that Dia is the harm line. So you'll have harm 1, 2, 3, 4 all with Dia in the title. In fact, if you remember what the spell lists are on the NES version, they're actually completely the same. Only thing that's different is the names. Alright, I'm still in her stuff. This is actually not worth it. You can take the stuff from Matoy on the NES version because it's so slow buying things. But opening a treasure chest is almost exactly the same, so there's like no downside to just taking the stuff. On this version, because you can buy stuff in bulk, it's faster to just skip a lot of these low value treasure chests and then buy a big stack of items later on. Almost back out. One day we will get HP on our red mages. Like, this is abnormally low for these levels to be still under 80 HP. It's kind of concerning that we're going to need a lot more HP than that to survive Lich's Ice 2 start. But we're working at it. That's why I think the mummy grind's going to be useful to do. Luck is broken to Darwin, the NES version. Instead of decreasing the monster's evasion score, it actually increases the monster evasion score. Fortunately, all changes to monster data in battle don't work, so the fact that it's trying to increase their evasion does not actually do anything. Give Dan that silver hammer. Dan doesn't deserve the silver hammer. Let's be honest. That would probably be a mistake. One of many broken things. It's true that there are a lot of things bug-wise about Final Fantasy, but for the most part, you don't really notice a lot of the things that don't work. Like, they're able to be reproduced, and you can kind of notice the difference if you know exactly what you're looking for. But probably the reason that they slip through is that just everything's got enormous variance ranges. Like, the amount of damage that you do with your spells can vary by a factor of 4. And for your attacks, it's like almost unlimited for the variance range because of how the defense system works. So the idea that you have buffed something by like 10% could be well below the detectability range and make it so that it is really, really hard to recognize that it's not working. I think I'm just going to grab everything valuable with this key and then figure out what we're going to spend the money on after we do all that. So I'm actually going to go up to Temple of Fiends, get the Rune of the Were Swords. Another couple $1,000 that we can spell. Probably for Thundara, maybe some DR. Go get that mummy grind going for a bit. And then we'll see if we are capable of taking on the Earthcave at that point. Been enjoying the Pixel Remaster version win kit tonight? Well, we will be doing the Pixel Remaster version 1 week from today. That'll be our second challenge run for the season intermission. But this on the PSP, nice. It's a really good version. I do highly recommend it for anybody that has a PSP or something that can play PSP games. It is a very good version. It's got all the content of this particular version, plus one more bonus dungeon that opens up at the end of the Four Fiends. It is a really, really intense bonus dungeon at the end to fight an additional boss, and fun to do. Alright, we got our swords there. I'm going to sell those. Probably get a silver sword for the fighter. That'll really increase our damage output by a lot. So after the PSP versions as cheap cash-ins, yeah, I can imagine that the history of Square for some of the remakes has not been incredibly good, but there are some really great gems. And the PSP versions, fortunately, were before their last little era where they just kind of slapped a bunch of mobile titles onto things. So the PSP versions are really good, and then they went downhill for quite a number of years after that, which was kind of sad. Okay, getting rid of those. I think we've already got the iron armor for the fighters, so I can get rid of that. Start buying out max potions. Get some more antidotes. I don't need to max those out for some time. Do I really care about the Phoenix Downs? Not yet. I can actually stop in on things before too long and get more revives. That's probably good enough for those right now. Spells that we care about. Don't think we need the mute spell anymore. That's sometimes a fun thing to do to make the Astros fight a bit easier. Doing things like all white mages. We'll go ahead and grab the rest of the third tier spells here. Maybe get the fourth tiers as well. Actually, no, we probably can't get the fourth tiers in the red mages yet. That's a shame. This would be really good to have the fast spell. Maybe Ice 2 as well, but we're going to have to wait for a couple levels on those. Okay, there's Thunder. Thunder for you. You're getting Harm 2. I think we'll get Cure 2 for the red mages, or do I just not even bother? I probably don't even bother. Will I ever use this in battle is the big thing. And the answer is almost certainly no. So we'll pass on that for the time being. Instead, we're going to get a bunch of MP recovers. Is that the better way of doing it? Or do we want to get the ethers instead? Let's get these now. I'll go ahead and grab a stack of these. Probably don't need that many. 2 should be good. 1 gold needle in case we have to take an unfortunate fight. Usually because you can just reset out of things. You can just skip over battles that give you status elements that you don't want. It's like a pack of cockatrices in Earth Cave. Really not a big deal in this version. What is the estimate for the run? Probably 1 stream. Which means I'm going to try to be no more than 7 hours on it. I think it'll be faster than that, but it depends on how long it takes us to navigate through the bonus dungeons, which, since I have not played them for a very long time, to kind of figure out how a lot of them work. There's a bunch of gimmick floors in the bonus dungeons, where you have to, solve certain puzzles and things, and those will be definitely a lot slower than if I remembered what all the solutions were. But other than that, I think we'll have not too hard of a time finishing in 1 stretch. Yeah, the world map dungeon's a really fun one. It's a lot better than the puzzles that are like, talk to 15 people in a certain order. Only have to get through the bonus dungeons once, Hedon. Don't have to do all the bosses. Great, King Booty, welcome in. Thank you very much for the good wishes there. We will be viewing a lot of bonus dungeons here this time. Expect we'll have quite a bit of fun with that. I am planning to do them all after we get through Tiamat. So even though you could, in theory, knock them out as you're opening things up, there's not a lot of benefit. Alright, there's some benefit of doing the fire one, because you get the 4th ribbon there, but I don't imagine that we're going to have much trouble with Tiamat without a 4th ribbon. Alright, worth doing. Grab the Groder. See if we can get another level up here before we go in. Use the NES Turbo Controller to buy potions. It is certainly a thing. Until you get the rhythm down for buying those things, like, it is surprising how much slower just trying to mash stuff is. If you don't really get kind of the feel for how the NES menus work, like you're actually locked out for a bit of time every time it draws the screen. Depending on how many items are in the menus, it'll be a different amount for the lockout, whether it's 3, 4, or 5 entries in the item shop. Like, all that kind of goes into your sense of timing for doing those. And I can definitely understand why people would be just interested in holding the button down until they get 99. This has been a lot of ogres, but we don't really need them right now. I probably don't need to tent before going in. I probably should have done this with a stack of ethers rather than planning to go out and tent around just so I don't have to walk this little loop more than once. But that would require planning these out in advance, and that is not part of the rules here. Let's go. It's mummy time. Get better mummies than that. It's anywhere between 2 and 5 mummies here. We'd like to get the larger packs because we're planning to do AoE damage spells. So efficiency is a big deal here. Trying to keep our red mages a little bit less perilous. That looks good. I want to see if a Fire 2 plus a Harm 1 kills the mummies here or not. Whether we're past that break point on damage yet. Oh yeah, we definitely are. Definitely are. We're killing all the bonus bosses? No, we are not. We're doing 1 boss per dungeon. Five packs may be worth doing more than 1 Fire 2 for safety. Just so we get those done earlier in the round. Hey, look, yeah, it's the GBA version tonight. We're doing a bonus challenge run. Part of our Season 19 intermission. Gotta see the red mages at last getting some HP. I've been very concerned about them, and they probably need more than this to realistically get through the Earth Cave, so at least just 1 random HP level up would be really nice. It's a 1 in 4 chance, I think. So the fact that we have not gotten it, what, like 9 times in a row is pretty unlucky. I'm going to play the Pixel Remaster. That is 1 week from today, Go. That'll be the all-achievement playthrough for our other challenge run this season. Just swap you two for safety here for a little bit. Try and keep these red mages alive for a little bit longer. Okay, you're at 97 max health now. So 11 back up to Dire, which you will see a spread like this. And this might not even be like a strong HP level difference, just the random small gain differences on this. The large gain difference is usually about chunks of 25 or so, whenever you get one of those. One more in should be good. Alright, so we got level 12 there. It feels, we're level 13 for most of them, but feels not enough to be ready for the Earth Cave, but I think we'll probably find better spots besides those mummies to get XP on. So I don't want to just sit there for too long before moving to our next bit. Plus we got a lot of shopping to do. Try and get some nice upgrades here. Like, one way that you can try to play this fight is to actually get the A-Ice off before Lich does his Ice 2 at the start. That could potentially allow your red mages to live through despite having abysmally low HP. So let's see if we can get that on the white mage yet. That's 4th tier white magic that we would need, which should be enough at level 13. Yeah, we can get 4th tier white magic, so maybe we go with the A-Ice route. It's not a very typical strategy. Like, this would be just kind of sad times if you're trying to do a speedrun with this party. Have to hope that you can get a bunch of tempers off before the red mages died, which would eventually work. Dan's stealing all the HP. He's got almost as much as the fighter does, but that's because the white mage is really, really healthy early on, and it just kind of falls off as time goes by. Same thing with the thief. The thief starts off with a lot of HP early. They just get many, many strong level ups very quickly, but their vitality is not quite as good as the fighter. And after like level 10 or so, it kind of goes down a little bit for those gains that you get. So you kind of notice that it's not quite enough to keep up after a while. Okay, in terms of items, might want more ethers. Other than that, we are doing good here. Let's get rid of this stuff we picked up that we don't need, especially that power staff worth a lot of money. I don't need really weapons on the red mages, let's be honest. They are swinging their swords, we are in some serious trouble. Get down the Null Frost. And let's get over to the town of Melmont. Well, let's get to the dwarves so that we can blow the canal open. Then we'll get to the town of Melmont. Let's go. Think about taking a stop at Crescent Lake as well so we get the silver sword. Can definitely get ethers there. I think we can also get ethers at Provoca. If you got plenty of cash early on, that's your chance to stock up on them before heading to other parts of the sea. Hey there, Petey Morland. Welcome into you. And it is time to watch some dwarves explode. One of my favorite parts of the run. Now, personally, I would think that this is not quite far enough away to perhaps survive the catastrophic implosion of this area that we're standing in, but I will trust this dwarven engineer for safety. Even though I am pretty certain that he is possibly involved in some large-scale insurance fraud. The Whirlpool is actually one of the bonus dungeons to be Scala. That'll be the one that opens up after you beat Kraken. It's a little bit weird because it's early in the world, but it's the third one. The second one's actually up in Cardia. Don't need more potions. Don't need any silver armor. We're going to have silver bracelets for the team. I mean, I guess I can use the silver armor on the red mages if we really wanted to. Not that they deserve it. Hoping the inner sea wasn't freshwater. Well, certainly not after it's been exposed to the toxic contamination washing off the shores of Melmont. I'm not even sure if it can be called water anymore legally. Let's go! See, I don't think we can get 5th tier spells yet, can we? Nope. Still looking at 4th tier max. So get rid of that, get rid of that. I think I can actually use the helmet. This is the iron helmet. Yeah, it'll be our first helmet there. And we'll just get the silver sword. I don't think the long sword's worth it. Do think the silver bracelets, or at least one silver bracelet worth it for Dan. Could definitely use that defensive upgrade. Red mages, mostly there to get the evasion upgrade, as opposed to any more absorb, and that's nice, but not super important. Will there be any Thunder Wolves? No promises, but we'll do our best here. How do I like the bonus dungeons in the GBA version? I think they're definitely a nice addition. I was displeased that they were not included in the Pixel Remaster version. Like, there's really no reason not to have them. And yeah, they're not quite as strong as the base game is, but they're decently fun. Dan's fine. Yeah, they are semi-random. Like, there's pre-planned floors in them, but they'll be shuffled in different orders, and you'll get different treasure chest placements each time you play. So you can't just memorize the layout of the dungeon and kind of charge through. You have to understand, like, all the different pieces of it, which is a nice way to make them fresh, but probably isn't strong enough to, you know, play over and over again. It's something that you might do, like, twice, so that you can get all the different boss paths done. Sure, I'll take more of these. They are actually worth a lot of experience. Why not? No extra dungeons in Final Fantasy II makes the cast not interesting. Yeah, all the characters that kind of join you for the chapter. Final Fantasy II is almost episodic in that it has very clear chapter splits in it, where you get a side character up until you get the character that you start with at the beginning of the game finally back at the probably the 2/3 mark. And in the GBA version, they added this kind of bonus feature where all the side characters got together and did an adventure together after the main game was done. And it was kind of cool because you got to see some of the ones that you might have liked as companions. Like, they're not all winners, but some of them are nice. And none of them were Edward. That is a very good point. That definitely made it a much stronger edition. Hey there, Rhythm Flow. Thank you very much for resubscribing back for 1 year. I hear that that is a lot of months, and I am very glad that you have been enjoying the show that long. Maybe 1 stack of ethers. Like, 1 ether is a really big deal for the amount of recovery that it gives you. Probably don't need high potions quite yet. Can we actually buy silver gear here? Probably not. It is okay for the upgrade value. Definitely buying a silver sword. That is huge for the upgrade value. So take one of those. It's just such a bigger base to build off of for our tempers. So now if I want to get some silver stuff, we can. Let's see, we got 35 defense. That'll be enough for tanking most things for a little while. Don't need to be super duper buff here. So maybe I do dump money into more ethers and things. Like, these aren't going to be good for a very long time. Just get all the ethers. There we go. All the ethers. Couple of high potions. We're set. What I really should be doing is just buying a bunch of tents so I never have to stay at the inn again. These animations are really long compared to what you've got in the original game, because that's just got nothing. It just says, oh, by the way, your game's saved. Try not to reset too quickly. Nice, yeah, we're probably doubling our damage output. Final Fantasy 14, worth it for the music. I would say if you really like the music, the soundtracks are not bad, but might not be worth playing through a complete MMO just for the songs. They are very good though. Like, one thing that I will give Square a lot of credit for is that pretty much for the entirety of the Final Fantasy series, despite the fact that you hear these battle songs hundreds, thousands of times, they don't really get tiring. It is tough to get music that you can listen to that many times without just kind of wanting to throw it out the window. So they have always done a really good job with kind of that musical accompaniment. And the MMO is no exception, both Final Fantasy 11 and 14. Where you're going to hear music many hundreds of hours. It is very, very what kind of supported for it. Is it a big change to go from a randomized world to a regular playthrough? I have to remember where a lot of stuff is helping you out, especially for this version that I have not done speedruns of for a long time. Fortunately, because it's a challenge run, you wouldn't just follow the same ordinary speedrun path anyway. So I get to explore a bunch of stuff that I might otherwise not be thinking about. Also don't have to worry as much about the not very good HP level ups that our red mages were getting for a while. Hey, take a peek. Didn't like the Final Fantasy 10 music? I think 10-2's got a pretty good soundtrack. Maybe it's when you're speedrunning and you don't have to hear for as many hours. I know that 100% in 10-2 is particularly excruciating because the way that the completion rate works in that game is that you only get credit at like at certain points in like the cutscene. So if you skip the cutscene, like you'll permanently miss out on the percentage completion that you need for 100%. So you have to sit through every single thing, like not advance it at all, and hope that you either get it all or you have a guide that you work through to make sure that you're not missing stuff. That kind of thing I can really understand for how it would get tedious in a hurry. By the way, the lovely Melmond Inn, you can see it's got cobwebs, it's got cracks. This is why The Legend of Melmond is supported in in-game lore. Also, I think the beds are entirely made out of concrete. Even with the guide, you miss something for 100%. Definitely an era that a lot of games kind of made it mandatory that you had strategy guides purchased, or you followed internet walkthroughs to be able to get stuff. Like, it was just nearly impossible to do everything on your own. Another one like that was in the Xenosaga games. There's a bunch of skippable quests, like especially like Xenosaga 2. Where like if you walk into town and you don't immediately do a quest, like the person just leaves and disappears forever. And you would never like even know about all this stuff unless you completely spoiled yourself with a guide. Which kind of sucks, because then you don't have the joy of exploration. Am I doing some earth grinding? 139, 127 for HP. Those are still very low numbers. Yeah, we'll give it a go. We'll trust in Dan's ice protection to get us through here. I do have some experience maybe on the vampire trip. See if that helps out. Tend to requires the minigames, yeah. Some of them are just like, you have to get over a certain score for the different scene to act out. Like, it might let you progress the game if you got like a 60% completion, but you get 80% completion, then you get a new dialogue, which is part of the 100% that you need. Like, that's part of the reason why that 10-2 is especially bad for people that are completionists. That and the, is it the Via Purifico in 10-2, or is that the one in 10? I can't remember which one it is, but they both have these big optional side areas that are super long. Yeah, we'll do more bulls. They've been treating us well. Okay, it is the 10-2 one, yeah. I remember that being especially awful for the one in 10-2. I just didn't remember if that was the name of the one in 10 or not. Beep, 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 beep. There we go. Past the bat. The bat blocks are real here. This Gaia game's difficult for completionists, only if you want to do, like, the really final bosses. I think the stories of the Disgaea games are actually pretty accessible. But then they'll have, like, the extra final boss, and then the extra final boss, and then the extra final boss. And eventually gets kind of ridiculous for the amount of time that you spend for doing just, like, one more of those. But fortunately, the main games are not gated on those things. Alright, we're definitely going to be doing saves coming here. We got wizards and cockatrices to deal with. Also some undead. Passing those. We're not going to run away from them. They're called race, but they're actually images. It's part of the weird renaming. Like, a lot of things just kind of rotated their names around. So you'll be very confused if you have been following along on the NES version for a long time about these things. Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster pretty rough to run their percent. There's definitely some of them. I know that when Final Fantasy IV came out, like, the drop rates were, well, they were like the Super Nintendo ones, which are kind of rough, and they had to patch that to be a lot easier so that people were not as upset about getting all of the hidden stuff in it. Final Fantasy V's got a lot of achievement type things that are not really stuff that you would do as part of normal gameplay as well. Fortunately, Final Fantasy 1 is, like, super basic and easy for the achievements, so we'll be doing those next week, getting all of them done. I think the worst one on Final Fantasy 1 is just going to be getting all the levels. I can probably get a complete bestiary in about the same time as I get to level 50. Good vampire fight. We've got 1 ruby acquired. Why is Harm 2 doing more damage than Fire 2? Well, it's not that Harm does more damage than Fire, it's that in this version of the game, the intelligence stat actually does something. And basically every 10 points of intelligence you get a multiplier on your spell damage. And that is going to mean that white mages are much better than red mages at spells in general, and then black mages are a bit better than white mages are. It's part of the rebalancing between character classes. They made the red mage way weaker, so it went down from being, like, probably the best character class for a big chunk of the game to certainly being serviceable but not super overpowered. Yep, this is the first version that's got intelligence doing something. The PlayStation version fixed all the bugs, but it didn't do a lot of balance changes. It doubled the boss HP, and that's pretty much about it for balance. Kind of offsets, you know, making things like Temper and Saber work properly. But this version really did major changes to balance. Like, not just the MP system, but almost everything has gotten some updates for the character classes and progression. And so as a result, now it's, you know, even easier to kill things, and so they gave Chaos 20 times, or 10 times his HP. Because he's got 20,000 in this version. Still, though, not a super tough fight, especially compared to the bosses we'll have in the bonus dungeons. Getting slapped around by these things. Alright, I probably should have waited for that fire to go off, see if we could have actually killed him. I don't think the wizard gets any benefit over the mage, Tested Hunter, but you definitely do notice the difference in the amount of healing that things do and the amount of damage that things do. And it carries over to items as well. So like if you use the Thor hammer, instead of everybody having the same damage from that item, it's still going to be procced off of your intelligence stat. So a fighter will get way less damage from the Thor hammer than a mage will. We'll keep grabbing things. I want to see if we can get a little bit more HP on these red mages still. Like, we are almost barely able to scrape by Lich now. Especially if we can get that AI off early. Hoping for a Disgaea 3 complete plus. I've never really understood like a lot of the updates to the Disgaea series. Like, I can understand the Pokemon games. Like, they're clearly just cash grabs to get people to buy like multiple copies per generation. But it seems like the Disgaea games add like a tiny sprinkling of new content to like the plus versions, but other than that, like, I don't even really see, like, the enticement to, like, rebuy it if you had the base versions. Am I just missing something about the complete versions of that entire series? Why not equip the Coral Sword? Because I got the Silver Sword. That's really good. Coral Sword is a downgrade. It's about the same as a Long Sword, with some elemental bonuses. I'm not saying Pokemon games aren't fun. I'm just saying that their business model is kind of shady. Can the red mages use the Coral Sword? Yes, but I don't care about the red mages. Their feelings mean nothing to me. If a red mage is attacking with a sword, then something has gone horribly wrong. Since we've got the MP system, you should be able to cast spells anytime that you're doing any real battle. And during boss fights, all damage gets dumped onto the fighter. Okay, so Disgaea Complete games include the DLC. So basically things that I probably wouldn't have cared about anyway. I know about the quality of life improvements, and those are like kind of okay stuff. So probably I'm not going to go out of my way to get the updated Disgaea games if I ever got the originals. Good to know. It's also good to know that if you have sensitive eyes, you may wish to look away. Oh no, it's too late. The Titan is not wearing pants. Pretend like you saw nothing. And that is why you shouldn't do rubies. Grabbing the Titan stuff. It's probably not really that worth it, but I would like the cash. This is the same game as the PSP version. So the PSP version is the one right after this version. It's got almost all the same features, but PSP added in another bonus dungeon on top of the 4 that this version added. I'd also say the PSP version probably has the better musical soundtrack, just because of the limitations of the GBA being much more severe than what the PSP sound system had to work with. They were able to get a lot cleaner sound on the PSP. Are werewolves? No, they're gerwolves. Werewolves are green. PSP, the most complete version, basically. It's just not quite as accessible because the PSP, well, it's a fun console, and I've got a PSP. It didn't sell like super well compared to any of the Nintendo consoles. So if you went to the average person about, can you play PSP games? The answer is probably no. And while it's getting harder and harder to have people get into GBA games, you've got the original GBA, you've got the original DS, like the fat DSs can play GBA games directly. You've got the Game Boy Player on the GameCube. It's the version that I recommend for people that want to play a lot of handheld games because you can have a nice big TV and you can have controllers hooked up that are more comfortable. There's a bunch of aftermarket GBA clones and handheld systems that you can get now that, well, everything is expensive and hard to get. At least, people are making systems that still are compatible with GBA cartridges. And I don't think that that'll ever happen with the PSP because Sony's weird UMD system, which is like really little tiny CDs in plastic cases, which is how they distribute all the physical PSP games, are pretty much impossible for anyone to replicate. And it was only for a single generation, because after that, it was online only. So you didn't even have a way to get physical games after a certain point for the PSP. Yeah, the weird thing, Chibi Scala, is that the later model PSP got digital only, but the Vita didn't. So the Vita still had physical releases. They were clearly really pushing you, though, to go digital for the most part. Because I think with digital, they can sell you these really overpriced memory cards that you have to buy to store things on. So rather than using, a regular SD card, you paid 4 times as much to Sony for their proprietary memory stick format. And that way they got even more cash out of the sales. Was the PSP version ever released elsewhere? The physical release is in all regions. I think the digital Final Fantasy I release only was in Europe and Japan for some reason and didn't get a US one. I kind of remember that, if you want to play the PSP version for a US copy, you have to rip the UMD disc or find one that may have just been laying on the street somewhere. The PSP Go did come out around the same time as the PS3, which if you ever want to pair a controller with your PSP Go, it is ridiculous. In order to pair a controller with the PSP Go, you will need your PSP Go, of course, you will need to not be in the dock because you have to hook up power and also a USB cable to your PS3. PS3 is required to use your PSP Go with a controller. And then you plug, after going through a bunch of menus, controller into the PS3, which then pairs it with the PSP Go. And good luck if you ever want to change it, because you'll have to redo all these steps again later. It's fun times. Just lets them keep the prices the same. I think digital has, to some extent, actually had lower prices, but you're losing the secondary market of used game sales. So if you're somebody that only buys new releases and you never get a used game, digital you probably come out ahead by a little bit, because you'll get sales on things periodically for 20% off or some discount. Whereas used games, you wait for them to be, used. Somebody sells them to a store for, a quarter of what they're worth, and then you buy them for half of what they're worth from the store. And that whole market doesn't exist with digital. So if you're somebody that is comfortable getting used games, you probably really hate digital. Whether you are somebody that, has been used to selling them back or just waiting for used game stores to stock releases so that you don't have to pay retail price for things. That's the group I think that is really getting screwed by the digital-only tradition taking over. Generally, though, not for Square Enix. I would say Square Enix actually did very, very good for their customers for the PlayStation and PlayStation 2 era. I don't know if you can get it today, but as recently as 2 or 3 years ago, you could still buy PlayStation 1 games, brand new, from Square, and they charged a lot of money for the shipping on things. But it's actual new stock that they have continued to produce the physical CDs and DVDs. Even though Sony stopped making the black back CDs that the PlayStation uses, Square just put them on regular CDs, kept reprinting them. They went way beyond any other publisher I can think of for supporting their back catalog and physical releases. And I have no idea why they did it, because I don't think they make a lot of money on this. The number of people that buy these physical games 20 years after they came out can't be super high. But it's the reason why if you want to buy a PlayStation era Final Fantasy or a PS2 one, they're very, very cheap, $10-15 at most. Whereas if you want a Dragon Warrior game on the DS, they're $150 now. Get past the cockatrices. All right, down to the bottom floor. Square's physical store is atrocious. I did caveat that there is some weirdness with shipping. I also know that one time I bought something from the Square store and they didn't ship my order for a year. And it's because one of the things I bought was a limited edition item and they sold out of them. And so they just held the rest of the order and wouldn't tell me why. They weren't shipping it for forever. Those kinds of things are because they don't have a real interest in the storefront like a major retailer would. But again, it's something that few game companies even bother with, to have a storefront at all. Remember the PS1 Origins version still being available? Yeah, I don't know they're available right now, but I know within the last 2 years they've been for sale. Brand new. I also know that Lich is gonna wreck us. Unless we get this Null Frost off on Dan. Good. That helps. At this point, we just dump tempers in and try and keep the fighter alive. Dance helper. Lucky Lich here not doing his spells. And it's very uncommon to see him doing a bunch of physical attacks. Is Lich just broken? Like, I'm not complaining. This is, like, incredibly good. But very unexpected. There's the Blizzard finally. Alright, I didn't really have to rush to race the Blizzard, evidently. Yeah, not really worth using the harm too, because Lich has got massively more HP in this version. Each of those swings I was doing is enough to kill Lich on the NES version. So, that was like many, many times his regular HP that you have to get through. So unless you've got some type of attack that scales, like dumping a bunch of tempers and fasts on people, you're not going to do a lot of damage fast enough to really take him out. Hey, Fractal. Thank you very much for resubscribing back for 21 months. Almost as many months as it took us to beat the Solo Thief. And I hope you enjoy many more fun times in the future as well. Can still get Final Fantasy Origins and get Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2. Yeah. If they used to have, like, pretty much their whole PS1 and PS2 catalog at some point. At least the main titles, like Final Fantasy games. Like, I remember when I had... Oh, which one was it? I don't know if it was Final Fantasy VII. I remember I had a bad disc for one of my Final Fantasy games in the PlayStation. And I was expecting to have to pay like $60 to get the disc replaced. Because almost any PlayStation RPG is incredibly expensive. And so I was really pleased that I get a new disc for like $5. The bonus dungeon, the Dwarf Cave. Now that is a cave over by Temple of Fiends. If you were there at the start, when we were walking to Garland and back, you might have seen a cave that normally is not in the game. That's where the Earth Gift Shrine is. How crystally are these orbs? On a scale of 1 to crystal, maybe about a 7.5. Do they have Dirge of Cerberus? I will say that Dirge of Cerberus, I think at like $20, might be one of the more expensive Final Fantasy games of that era right now. Because like Final Fantasy 10 and 12 are like maybe $10 at most. Come on, Pete, let's go. There we go. Alright, so we should probably restock on any items that we might have used up. Maybe start buying big stacks of high potions. Okay, those are maxed out. Probably could use some more Phoenix Downs as we go to the more difficult dungeons. Definitely can use some more tents. Always good to be in tents. Those are actually cabins, but still works. I'll just go ahead and max out high potions in case we end up needing those. Ethers are maxed out, looks good. And the old men, well, they're not quite as greasy in this version, which does help things out quite a bit. with the canoe in hand, I think we are about to undergo some type of ordeal here shortly. I get Ice 2. I might pick up Fast and Ice 2. It's not a big hurry right now because there's nothing really to use it on for a bit. Alright, Redemption Spirit, have fun. Let's see if we can sword a giant quite yet. Yeah, not quite. Sword needs work. I gotta finish this run in one sitting. That is the plan, Villainous Fiend. Gonna do all the dungeons in the game, including the 4 bonus dungeons that we open up for the 4 Fiends. I feel like it should be well under 7 hours. If it starts to get like 6 hours and we are not in the last dungeon, maybe I'll get a little bit nervous at that point. Bonk bonk. Okay, red mages can get 4th tier spells, so do we really want the Fast and Ice 2 now? I guess so. They're not bad. It's kind of on the way-ish to ordeals if we're doing the backdoor route. Gotta be roughly around Elfland anywhere to get there. Dan hogging the HP. I mean, I just wish you could share with the red mages. Gotta say that that is making things quite inconvenient. We have caught up the red mages a fair bit there. Like, they finally got some strong level ups when they had been absolutely whiffing for like 10 levels in a row. So that was nice. Alright, Fast picked up, Ice 2 picked up. Looks good to me. And looks like our ordeal is about to begin. But it's actually not that uncommon to have the white mage with a lot of HP. It's just a bit more than usual, and the red mages are a bit under, so things will equalize with time. Just wait, and eventually you will be begging Dan to be just a little bit sturdier, and he will refuse, because he knows. He knows he has you then. Sorry. You will not be sorry about taking this fight. I mean, you might be a little bit sorry, but those are the risks you have to take. Also, sadly, you have to actually talk to the old man. Otherwise, it does not activate the teleporter in this version. In this version, you can just ignore that guy, let him hang out there forever. With that, our ordeal is underway. Let's go ahead and put some of these up near the top that we use a whole bunch. Probably need some ethers, some antidotes. Don't really need the Mega Elixir all that often. Phoenix Downs, yeah, we'll probably use a bunch of those. That's better. Let's go. Of course, the handy way to remember which path to take through, always the bottom path. Hey, Mofwajar. I do recommend the GBA version. One of my favorite versions of Final Fantasy. It's a really strong remake of the original. Good Wismumi fight there. And first floor is done. Now for the little nightmare problem. Probably gonna grab the heal staff just to sell it. That thing is worth a lot of money after all. Sounds decent. Nice. I do a lot of work to make sure that the game's sound is good on this. It's definitely kind of tough to get great sound out of a GBA. It was not a console that was kind of meant for close listening. Like with a handheld, especially at, a distance of a couple feet. You're mostly dealing with the beeps and bloops to kind of make out what's going on. And they weren't really super concerned about high quality fidelity of the output for the audio. Not getting the Zeus Gullet? Well, I've got a surprise for you, Shinobi. It is a linked treasure chest, and so there's an easier place to get it. Get to fight the nightmares twice? Yes. They did change the map to fill in the corner. That's true for the PlayStation version as well. This was not a GBA original. Really, they felt it was unsporting to be able to get the item without having to do the trap tile a second time. Other than they also made Man-Cats and our goals way easier, so I'm not really complaining. This would have been Fire 2 on the NES version, and our party would be dead right now. There's our ice sword, there's our gold bracelet, which I guess I'm going to put on Dan. Even though, no, he does not deserve it. You can have that. You can have that. I'm not giving you a silver sword. Again, does not deserve. I mean, it's almost worth taking the Man-Cats, but they've got a lot of magic resistance, so this party would be super slow at killing them. But just on the hand, I think we can come pretty fast. Thunk thunk. Ice sword sounds so good. It's also a lot of damage compared to what we had before. You're basically skipping over the flame sword and jumping up 2 tiers for that fighter. So there is our Zeus Gauntlet. There's more man cats. Turns out we let our guard down too soon. Hey, Plabu, welcome in. Do they keep the link chest in every version of the game? I believe so, unless the Pix Remaster has changed it. I guess we will find out, because we do need to get all the treasures in that version. Let's see, Zoo Scout we're going to use quite a bit, so maybe free some space up. Like, we don't really need a whole bunch of gold needles, so I'll open that space up for the gauntlets there. I can maybe do that instead of potions. That's probably good. Unlike the NES version, you just have to have the item in your inventory not equipped. Means that anybody on the team can use it whenever they want. And we can also think about doing some zombie grinding here. It's not a super good fight to grind because zombie Ds are kind of powerful, but they've got a very small chance of dropping Mega Elixirs, which can help out later on. Did not get a Mega Elixir. And we'll try one more time. Good news, it looks like we can one-round them, which makes this a little bit easier to fight these. Don't know if we could kill them if they were 2 at a time, though. One more. But this one's the very last. Alright. Our ordeal complete. We got some really good items which will help out with our ice cave. That's where we're going to do our real grind for the game. The eye fight is tremendously good when you don't have to worry about the instant death killing you, or the sorcerers. Those are just different kinds of instant death. So we'll be able to get super power leveled up there, and that'll take us through pretty much the vast majority of the game for the base game. I think it's not going to be enough to get through the bonus dungeons that this version has to offer. But we will solve that problem when we come to it. Yeah, almost smooth sailing. Feel like I did decently good on that sail. I killed some zombies. Call that a split. Yeah, right now we'd be easily strong enough to do the first bonus dungeon. I'm going to save all of them until after we have killed Tiamat off. Like, you could even go and get the Masmune out and argue that the extra attack power of the Masmune is worth the second trip through Temple of Fiends. I don't know if it really is, but you could argue it. Just because the bonus dungeons are that much harder than the base game is. That having like one extra round of buffs equivalent could make a big difference. Does this version require Warmech? Nope. Probably will not be seeing any Warmechs tonight. It's a 1 in 64 chance of running into a wild Warmech on Tiamat's floor. PSP version has in its 5th bonus dungeon. A floor that's got like a dozen war mechs on it, so you can get a whole bunch of them. That dungeon is the new one that got added after this release was made. In we go. Not just any death machine gator, nuclear-powered death machines. It makes them sound so much better. Come on, our bones, be friendly. There we go. One of the few things that we can actually run from in this dungeon easily. Or mostly easily. They're probably still kind of tough. But you can't escape from wizards, you can't escape from fur giants. Frosties are like one of the fastest enemies in the game. So even that Temple of Fiends, when you're fighting them going across that top floor, you might as well just reset rather than trying to escape, unless you're way overleveled. Which we might be by the time that we go there. Yep, you will get a war mech on the Pixar Master version. You'll have to grind that out. It's one of the tougher fights to find. You gotta get a war mech, you gotta get a T-Rex, you gotta get an Iron Golem. Those are all 1 in 64 encounters. Didn't actually have to try and run, Dan. I just didn't want you to attack. I was worried you might heal the enemies with your fists. Speaking of heals, maybe we should have picked up some heal spells before coming in. I think we could get 5th tier magic after doing that ordeal strip. So I gotta grab like heal 2. Probably can't get fire 3 yet. I don't think the red mages qualify for the spells. Let's see, do I care about the flame sword? Not really. I might care about the frost mail. That will require running from frosties. Or at least murdering them. That is a possibility as well. Alright, I'll get the armor upgrade for the fighter. I will see why the Frosties are not fun. It's mostly this. That is primarily what it is. Good news is that saving rate takes the sting out of pretty much any problems and encounters by a large margin. I will say that if you are somebody that enjoys like the super high challenge of NES Final Fantasy, the remakes are quite a bit easier. Just by saving anywhere. So you can make the game challenging again by refusing to use that feature if you want to. Alright, grab the armor. All we have to do is survive. I mean, it's unlikely, but could happen. Be nice if we get one Frosty to at least try and kill. There we go, preemptive. Done. Voicemail acquired. It's like Steel Armor, except for it's free. And it doesn't weigh as much. And it's free. And it's got fire resistance, and it's free! Can't believe Steel Armor is such a ripoff. Unwarranted. And how bad of a deal that thing is. I think we get plenty of money from the eye, but just in case, getting these just as well. I mean, we do have to buy the bottle and a bunch of pro rings and probably some gold bracelets, so I suspect this team might get expensive. Where are the dungeons? So there are 4 dungeons. They open up after each of the 4 fiend battles. They're very easy to find. You're not gonna have to search for them. In fact, you'll probably stumble into them long before you're able to actually take out the dungeons. And we'll be doing all 4 of them once Tiamat is taken care of. Cardi is the fire one, the whirlpool is the water one. It's right outside of the dwarf cave. The cave, well, there's 2 caves. One of the caves is by Temple of Fiends, that's the earth one. And the other cave is by the ice cave here. Although we did not go into its vicinity. And that is the air one, which we're not going to get to for quite some time if you're following the game normally. Oh, I think you'll enjoy some quality eye time here. You're about to see that a bunch. So the eye at 1 1/3 Akuma is a really good fight, and it's a trap tile, so you can just keep doing it repeatedly. Give you the silver sword now. I think that's the only sword upgrade I've got, because I didn't pick up the flame sword. That might have been a mistake. Means I have to use the gauntlet for a while longer. Maybe not. Maybe gauntlet's not required here. So yeah, something that you wouldn't really want to try on the NES version, because of how dangerous the eye is. There's still damage, like you get Lit-Tude. But compared to instant death, that's pretty good. That's really the worst thing the eye has to do. So you can easily withstand a bunch of those. Every once in a while, get a off-tile step encounter. So worth saving like every couple eyes just to be safe. And let's the levels roll in. This is pretty much the best enemy up until likely you can get to like Sky Castle. And since Sky Castle's just regular encounters, gotta spend a bunch of time walking around to get each fight in. By the way, I can't believe that Dan's still keeping up with the fighter for HP. That is kind of ridiculous. I think he's been juicing. So yeah, while I'm doing this, let's talk about some more plans for our season intermission here. This is our first of 2 challenge runs. We'll do all dungeons in one sitting tonight, 1 week from today. Next Sunday, I'm planning to do the Pixel Remaster run. And so that is a couple of days in between that we need to figure out what the season intermission will contain. And my plan right now is to try to put together something that is roughly like 3 hours long for a playthrough of a very extreme randomizer. Possibly combining some elements of the extreme randomizer with the world randomizer. Making our extremest randomizer ever in the process. And then do that together with a game of Final Fantasy IV. So we have a chance to do a full game of Final Fantasy IV every single night for a couple nights. Does this run include the bonus dungeons? Yep, all dungeons. Pixel Remaster sadly does not have the bonus dungeons. Or Peninsula Power, which is an outrage. And you should definitely write a letter to your representatives, demanding satisfaction about that. To Mystic Quest randomizers, that does not sound fun. That sounds like a bad idea. But I do Free Enterprise. I think Free Enterprise is a fun game, but I am not, like a top player of it. So there's probably plenty of other people that you can watch instead that are doing Free Enterprise a whole bunch. And we finished Final Fantasy IV yesterday. We died on Valvalis Plavu. Got a bad break at the start of the fight, and I decided to gamble rather than take the time to clean the party up. Well, unfortunately, we ran a little bit short on damage before she starts knocking our characters out. The good news, though, is that we were probably going to be somewhere like 75 seconds ahead if we had done decently well on Valvalis, and I think I can pick up more time on Golbez. So there is clear potential for a PB once we get a run all the way through that goes well. Like, not a little one, but like a really big one. Hey, Link's father, welcome in. Hope you're having a great evening here. And that you enjoy our GBA All Dungeons playthrough tonight. We are currently in the eye grind portion. Planning to do this for a couple levels to get ready for the second half of the game so that we can kind of plow through the other fiends. Let's see, we're level 26 here. So still 6 tier spells. I want to be at 7th tier spell casting. That way we can pick up the heal 3 spell when we go to Onrak before Kraken. That's just amazingly good at keeping the party alive. Hey, Gandalf Lundgren, thank you very much for the good wishes there. I do hope you enjoy our Season 19 intermission. Oh, the stairs. If only we had the bingo card out. Could be getting all kinds of squares. Basically, the thing that changed with the eye, and the reason it's so easy now, is that the spell and skill list it does backwards. So it used to be its 4th skill, is now its 1st. And the same thing with the spells. So it takes a bunch of time to get to what it used to start with, which are the instant death ones, the Brack and the XXXX. It's like, this is a breeze in comparison to dealing with that. And you might question, will all this leveling hurt our fighter's magic ability? The answer is yes. Our fighter will have a lot less MP, but our fighter should never need to actually use spells, because the MP system means that we're just never going to run out on our regular characters, especially once you start tossing like ethers and elixirs in battles to be able to get recovery on things. It very much solves that problem of limited spell casting. Damn, it's still almost equal to the fighter on HP. Like, I kind of expected after a while this would stop happening. And now I just have no explanation. I think he's doing it just to vex me. What level are we going for? We're going until Dan can cast 7th tier spells. In this version of the game, because there's no spell slots, they can't gate your spell progress on advancement other than just saying you must be level X to cast a certain tier of spells. I don't remember what level it is, but I think it's around like level 28. So 29, nope, still 6th tier. Go like another 2 levels and then probably good enough there. We'll get maybe a little bit more XP before we get to Onrak. I don't have to kill carry right now, but I'll enjoy it. Ethers are super powerful. Yes. Yes, they are. It's because your heal spells get better and better as time goes by. It's like now we're healing for like massive amounts of health on, 10 MP. And it just will continue to improve as you level up and your intelligence score goes basically to the max. And there's really no corresponding scaling to any of the other consumable items. Check Dan again after our next level up, see how we're doing. We're definitely getting faster because we're outspeeding the eye quite regularly here. Let's see, level 30, still not quite enough. We're probably good. Certainly by the time we finish up Sea Shrine, I'll be able to get that healed 3 spell. Can also probably run away from most things by now. Like, our stats have massively improved during that grind. That's basically the same grind that you do in the speedrun version. Alright. Ice Cave is complete. I think you can see the branch with the 4th bonus dungeon as you're going around here. Yep, there it is. That little cave next to the water there is where you eventually go to get into the bonus dungeon that is linked to Tiamat. But we've got quite a ways before that's going to happen. Because right now our priority is to go get an airship. Also get class change. That'd be pretty good too. Another one of those wonderful added cutscenes. There is probably my favorite coming up at the Sea Shrine, when we get to see the spooky ghost mermaid put us in a bucket. This one's not bad. That's how we get an airship, which of course does lead to greed and ambition. So there are some downsides. Also betrayal. Let's go. Go and grab our caravan item here first. Let's see, I'm gonna park up here in this version. So they fixed the maybe bug on the next version to let you park on top of the caravan. Instead we gotta walk around the little mountain area here. But they have added a new feature. So after you buy this ferry, there's more stuff that you can get. And these are all things that are single battle buffs. We will eventually want a lot of these, but probably don't need a lot currently. So I'm just gonna save my money and then buy big stacks once the 4 fiends are down. There are things like temporarily increase your max HP or your max MP, give you more attacks per round, things like that. So they don't really replicate the regular buff spells in the game. And since they're potions, they can be used by anybody on anybody else. So we're going to stack a whole lot of them on our fighters. Of course, my big thing is, where's the good stuff in Cardia? No, not that one. They replaced a few of the worthless items with dry ether. I think there's an elixir somewhere. I think there's an X potion. So a couple of nice things that were not in the bonus, or not in the base game. Which one is it? I think it's the back one that's the regular one. The other one is going to be the entrance to the second bonus dungeon. That is Carrie's bonus dungeon. Here's the elixir. We got 2 of those now. To get 1 mega elixir from the 15 puzzle early on. Well, it's no Vorpal Sword, but we did get some stuff here. Cardia has been looted, and the unnecessarily long hallways are about to begin. Let's go. Hey, Greenleaf. Welcome in and welcome back for 56 months. Hope you're having a wonderful time here this weekend, and that you enjoy our Season 19 bonus challenge run. GBA all dungeons. version of magic defense changes. They did swap it around so the black belt gets really bad magic defense growth, and the master is better. But I don't know if the other character classes really have any magic defense differences from class change or not. It's been a while since I've had to worry about it. Glad you're enjoying it, Greenleaf. And I'm glad you're enjoying the hallways, Gears Over Dawn. They are one of my favorite parts of this game. Oh no, my fairy escaped. I paid good money for that fairy. I would like a refund, please. So we're still at 6 tiers. I'm going to come back for the 7th tier spells at some point. I will go ahead and get the pro rings right now. Probably should get the gold bracelets. Alright, so we're spending lots of money here, but that is for a good cause. Alright, maybe not giving Dan a healing staff good cause. That's a little bit over the top. I'm not that generous. There we go. Get that healing staff out of there now. It won't be a temptation for him anymore. Looks like we're not going to get any cat claws tonight as well. Is there anything else that we have not gotten a big investment in? Probably going to need some more Phoenix Downs at some point. Let's get a big stack of those. Everything else is likely in good shape. Like, you don't get a lot of chances to use cabins and houses anymore. Once you got the airships. Usually like one thing per dungeon. There we go. Oxiale acquired. That's the good stuff. Alright, now let's go get a bunch of spells that we skipped earlier. So we should have all of the 4th tier stuff. Let me do the 5th tier stuff before 6th tier. Because there are a couple of important things here that I want to grab. Also, make sure that the red mages can get 6th tier spells. Yes, they can. So let's see, we go on Dan. I think we use Heal 2 more than Cure 3. So I'll put that one first. And then we don't need Life because we've got Phoenix down, so I'll get Harm 3 there as well. Might come in handy. For red mages, you probably want to use a lot of Fire 3s. I think the Warp spell's nice to have. Question is it nice enough to give it to both of them? And I think the answer is yes, because you're only going to get Cure 3. And again, you're not going to really need the Life 1 spell. So we'll do that, and then that. And then that, and then that. And think about what we want for 6th tier. It's actually plausible to get, like, Fog 2 and use it a whole bunch of times. Unlike the base game, you can't just do a couple of white shirts and dodge everything. You need a lot of stacks of pretty much every kind of defensive buff to stay safe. So it changes your outlook a little bit on which of these are good. I think Dan goes Fog 2 and Exit. He'll have the white shirt, so he doesn't even care about Invisera. And then right now we'll start you 2 on Lit 3. And I think we're out of money. Yeah. More cash is required here. So let me go take it out of Gurgu Volcano. And go kill a Fiend while we're there. Hey, did I, Lord? Thank you for the good wishes. And I hope you enjoy tonight's show. Of course, it will feature much delicious lava. This version does keep the property that you will not get random encounters on lava tiles. Okay, we can kill giants in one hit. Good to know. Just checking that out. Why not buy one spell and then teach it to multiple people? That would spell piracy. You wouldn't download a heal potion, would you? Let's use those heal twos. It's a lot more efficient than one at a timing it. Is it worth grabbing stuff just for the money? Maybe, actually. I could use some more cash here. Not that. There we go. Got a nice sword out of that. So I probably need to start giving better weapons to the red mages now that we're occasionally having to hit things. Just to clear these hallway fights faster. Would the character flash be an improvement for the randomizer? It would, but I think it'd be kind of tough to do this type of flashing on the NES. I'm not totally certain, but it would be another interesting variant. Twinge was working on getting a not as intense flash, which I think might be the best compromise solution. See that chest already opened up. That's one of the linked treasure chests to the northwest corner. Because there's a different graphic between open and closed chests, you can see the result of linked chests in action. I think it's kind of cool. Do we grab the flame mail sell-off? Probably. Might be worth a small detour for it. It's like another 10,000 gold. It's a visit by our friends, the Agamas. Munch, munch. Flamethrower hurts. Yeah, unfortunately, the Agma not as lucrative as grinding eyes. So in this version, you don't get to see them usually in most playthroughs until you get to Temple of Fiends at the end of the game. But we're giving them a little visit. And we're going to go visit our second of the 4 fiends here. This is probably unrunnable, but it's not going to display it. It's not nearly as helpful as the randomizer for that. Rubic's got 4 magic points. Nice. Definitely is going to help out this battle. Let's go. Hey, Nemesis Zero. Welcome in. Just in time for some rocking Fiend boss music here. you're listening closely, you might notice that the male and female fiends have different themes. Good carry fight. Carry has 1.01 Agamas in a snake suit. It's a deadly combination. Also that, our second bonus dungeon is opened up. So this is the one that has the 4th ribbon in it, so it's a pretty good one to go after. But I don't think we're going to need it before we do the regular Kraken and Tiamat fights. Those should still be pretty straightforward here. And let's go take them on. We get enough levels for Dan. 31, still not enough. I'm hoping 32. Get 7th tier spells. And we do have some waterfall time. Let's see if we can get that on the way in. I'm going to do the Masmu before the bonus dungeons. I'm thinking no Landshaft. There's definitely some arguments for how much more powerful the Masmu makes you in those boss battles, but it is like 20 more minutes to do it. Like, if you got enough buffs, eventually the sword difference doesn't matter. It makes the start of the fights, though, a little bit more dangerous for the bosses. Not having that extra attack power and accuracy for another couple rounds. Are you saying you don't have a houseboat on your canoe? Are you even traveling in style, Susumu? Alright, can we run from nightmares? This will be a big test of our agility. Nope. Alright. About what I expected for our ability to run. So we've gotten a lot of levels. But Nightmare, along with like Frosty, are some of the fastest monsters in the game. So it's a good gut check about, could we be able to get through like, Temple of Fiends in places without having to do all the save scumming? Answer is not quite yet. Maybe after we do our grind for the more intense bonus dungeons, though. Also, sad news. They reversed the order of priority for the monsters here, so instead of lots of mummies, you get lots of birds. So you can't grind that trap tile anymore. Or at least I wouldn't recommend it. I do, though. Recommend the cube. And the ribbon's pretty good, too. Oh no, Dan broke the robot! Let's pretend like it was like that when we got here. Okay, you're getting defense sword. I probably should give you the ribbon, but I'll put the ribbon back there. Got the ice sword. That looks good. You've got the warp spell. And we're out of here. Still can't get that heal 3 spell. Soon though. Very soon. I think it's level 32. I may have also said that I thought it was level 28 and level 30, but 32 is a bigger number, so it's more likely to be true. Dane just tries his best. And yes, his best is not very good. In we go, it is time for the spooky ghost mermaid to make an appearance. Ooh, so spooky! Also a barrel. Let's get it in. Nothing has ever gotten worse by getting in a barrel. I am pretty certain of that. Why not use a black belt? We'll see for the fun of it, Michael. I think this is just an enjoyable party to use for the evening here. Got a lot of defense. Got pretty good offense. We are certainly not hurting for our ability to kill things. And we got a lot of healing, which really helps on those bonus dungeons. Sea snacks. Zap snacks. Alright, 32 isn't enough. No, it's not enough. Alright, definitely level 33. I feel like this prediction can't go wrong now. Does magic scale with your stats? The intelligence stat, yes. Which did not work in any previous version. This is kind of a new feature that intelligence actually does something. Does mean that the red mage is considerably disadvantaged in scaling spells compared to a white mage or black mage, but when it comes to things like fast and temper, those are not scaling spells. They don't get any stronger over time. And those are the ones that are most important for making your parties ridiculously powerful. So kind of the neat thing is that you don't need it as much as you might think here. So we have used the gauntlets to show off how big of a difference it makes now. It's probably not worth it. Rather not take a second round. The fighter's job is to sword things because he's really good at it. But yeah, grab money. I'll also pick up the mage staff here. Probably pick up the Opal Armor. It's up in the northwest corner. I don't think the light axe is really going to be super helpful, but you can grab that if you want to as well. Actually, 2 light axes in this dungeon. One up here and then one down by where the power glove is. Get the Opal Gauntlet. Hey, I'm in Chaos. Welcome in. We're doing one of our Season 19 Intermission Challenge runs tonight. This is the GBA All Dungeons playthrough. Excuse you, mermaid. Excuse you. I might have to murder the mermaids. Alright, I'm taking you $10. Let this be a lesson to you. Good news. I have a solution. And that's why we want mages instead of black belts. Alright, so the rest of this is just down here. Grab the, I think it's diamond shield here? Or is it the diamond helm in this corner? Diamond shield. So get the helm and the gauntlets, and then we'll get the slab, of course. Before heading back downstairs, grab the opal armor. Get the mage staff. Yeah, I'm not going to get the light axe. Don't think it's worth it. Just clutters my inventory up. Alright, so probably you get the diamond there, so you're going to upgrade to those. I mean, it would be nice to have better elemental resistance on our fighters. But it'll be fine once we get the dragon mail. Which is kind of an argument for not getting opal armor at all. Other than that, you get some more cash to sell. This category for fun, yep. This is part of our season intermission between season 19 and 20. The other challenge run is going to be a Pixel Remaster All Achievements run. Grab our mage staff there. We are carefully avoiding that light axe. I probably could sell it for a lot of cash. And I probably could do something about these spooky ghosts. Like, blow them up. They do deserve it. When is the Pixel Remaster run? 1 week from today. It's going to be next Sunday for it. In between, we'll be doing some extreme edition randomizer. I hope you like it. Also some Final Fantasy IV in between. Alright, let's grab you the opal armor. Call that good for our mermaid trip. And then we will head down to go get cracking. How does Knight and Ninja MP work? So you get NP on your level ups after you class change. So there's no retroactive gains. That means since we did a bunch of grinding before getting our class change done, that the Knight's going to have particularly bad MP for a long time. But the Knight's not also going to have any spells, so it doesn't really make a difference. Alright, part 2. This time, we mean it. Yeah, I do like the bucket. It is probably my favorite cutscene in this game. I'll take some snacks. I am feeling like a little dessert may be helpful. Feeling like Dan may have been, as accurately predicted, getting 7th tier magic at level 33. So we'll pick up our heal 3 and also our cure 4 spells after finishing this place up. Here's one I probably wouldn't have taken before doing a whole bunch of randomizer runs. Lobster and Sea Snack, worth a lot of XP. Like, the Sea Troll's really not that important from the Sea Shrine Pile of Pain. So this is like 80% of the value right there. As good as one of those big old shark fights. Alright, that one's not quite as good. So I don't care about these chests. I will grab, of course, the Power Glove. It's in kind of a bad spot, but the Power Glove, it's doing its best. Yeah, we're gonna skip the light axe. Unworthy of an inventory spot. We'll grab the ribbon. Anything else down here that we care about? Should be it. We've already gotten the best stuff. No need to ribbon it. Hey, E2, welcome in. I hope that you do love the Power Glove and that you enjoy tonight's show. Ribbon! So slippery. Clearly the old men have been here before us. Gotta put that on you for right now. I feel bad about not giving the Knight a ribbon, but that's not stopping me. Because I've got an octopus to stomp. I think the real question is going to be, where do we get our levels for the bonus dungeons at? we do Grinding in Sky Castle, which has some good stuff, or Temple of Fiends, which has better stuff. I don't need to go deep into Temple of Fiends, but it may give you more motivation for going to pick the Masmian up. Doing all the Fiend refights multiple times, I think, is a little bit overkill. We get most of our value out of things like the Zombies. Go for the Mega Elixir drops. Purple Worms, pretty good XP up on the early floors. Is Absorb capped? I believe everything is capped, either at 99 or 255, depending on what stat it is. And I believe that it is time to go get cracking. Third of our 4 fiends. Let's go. Well, that's kind of disgusting. Let's not talk about that move. I know, Visor, if only we had Lamp. That would have saved us there. This Praetor is doing nothing. And this Kraken is finished. Sea Shrine's done. Go ahead, pick up our Heal 3 and Cure 4 spells. Don't think we can pick up Ice 3 yet. Red Mage is going to trail a bit. They might be able to pick up the 6-tier spells now, though. Yeah, we could always pick up Lit 3. So they just have to pick up probably Protera. Maybe Exit if they want it. I'm trying to think if there's a reason they'd ever want Exit. Probably not. Okay, we got 3 bonus dungeons opened up. This one's the Final Fantasy V themed one. Wait, we probably want the wall spell as well until we can get that 4th ribbon. I'm going to be going to that part of the world without 8th tier spells acquirable. Kind of a pain. We'll figure something out. Yep, 4th ribbon is in one of the bonus dungeons. Something nice to have ribbons for everybody and not need the wall spell. But for that, well, for the 2 dungeons that you have before that, it's nice to be able to dump wall on the fighter, or whoever does not have the ribbon at that time. Do you need endgame levels to do the 1st dungeon? No. I could do the 1st dungeon and probably the 2nd dungeon right now. Actually get that 4th ribbon from dungeon number 2. But you definitely want to be more powerful than the endgame for the 3rd and 4th dungeons. I would say they're quite a bit harder than Temple of Fiends. And while they give you items, they give you basically no experience in gold. So I don't see a reason to do them early, because they don't make it any faster to do the stuff for the rest of the game afterwards. Whereas when we do dungeons here, like, we're getting tons of levels, and we can buy a whole bunch of items afterwards. So it makes them a little bit more valuable. And we definitely have some things to buy. Let's start with... We get both of the spells for you two. Yes, we got Protera and Exit for you. So you're both getting Protera. Is it worth getting Invisres? Probably? Another defensive buff option when we were doing things like the Omega fight. Do bonus dungeons have better gear than the base game? The later ones do. The first ones are not particularly impressive, but they do get better over time. Alright, Cure 4, definitely. And you cannot get 8th tier spells right. Yeah. So, I guess we get the Harm 4 spell? May come in handy at some point. This will get rated by Ness Cardinality. Hey, Ness Card, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful time here tonight. We're doing the GBA version of Final Fantasy I. This is going to be a challenge run to beat all of the dungeons, including the bonus dungeons that were first introduced in this version here. And don't worry, Stom, there will be some Final Fantasy VI, and 5, and 4, and 3. Because the bonus dungeons feature bosses from the other Final Fantasy games. Hey, Coda Data, welcome in. Thanks for the good wishes there. Alright, I need to do something about this inventory order, it's a mess. Command Post Gamma, thank you very much for resubscribing. Back for 7 months. Hope you're having a wonderful time here, enjoying the Final Fantasy. Yep, we're doing GBA all dungeons tonight. Hey, D-Tex, welcome in. Hope your day is going well. Alright, probably not worth bothering with the Furwolves. We can outrun a lot of things at this point, thanks to doing a bit of eye grinding in the Ice Cave. Or if we can pick up levels. Those are still helpful. Like, if we're doing a speedrun of the GBA version, we'd be done with leveling right now. This would be enough to get to Chaos. But I think we're going to need probably like 10 to 15 more levels to do well in the final bonus dungeon. That place is challenging. And if you play the PSP version, there's a 5th bonus dungeon that's even tougher. Beep beep. Yep, we're going to be doing all the bonus dungeons, Command Post. Hey, Runeseeker. Trapped. They know they've got us here. Trying to sell timeshare condominiums. But I am too crafty for them. This version have the equipment glitch? No, that's the PSP version. That's the only version that has that particular glitch. Yeah, how much do I care about Life 2? Probably a lot eventually. But we need like 6 more levels or something to get it. So have to be back to Lufenia after we do Mirage Tower and Sky Castle. Yeah, the equipment glitch really dramatically changes the speedrun. Like, you don't, for the most part, have any worries about being able to survive encounters. And there's some exceptions, like you can get some bad ambushes with cockatrices and things like that. But it's an extremely different type of speedrun than the other versions. And for this time, we're doing more of a casual playthrough for all dungeons, although this is probably a lot faster than most people would complete everything in this game. Knock knock. Gonna see that we're definitely taking a lot less damage from things now. Should be good for getting through Mirage Tower for a bit. And if we're really lucky, we will find a war mech, but there is no promises. It is a 1 in 64 chance. We might get like 3 or 4 battles going across there. So odds are not great of a war mech tonight. I will do my best though. I'll be heading over there right now. What, you don't want the Vampire Theatrus? That seems like a pretty good monster to have. Just saying. They are very likely to appear. This gives you some certainty about whether your monster has been chosen. Better not have orbs or crystals. Well, once you give them to Dan, you mostly have fragments and shards. It doesn't really matter what you start with. And sometimes you get Vorpal swords. Really just grabbing a lot of stuff to sell later on. We're going to be buying a whole bunch of single battle buff items, which you get in the caravan in this version of the game after you buy the bottle. So I'm making sure I can get plenty of those. Also want to get the rest of our spell charges once we get the levels that we need. So I need to pick up Ice 3 on the Red Wizards, Life 2 and Wall on the White Wizard. Probably don't need Fable, grab that anyway. And I will definitely grab this Aegis shield. Doesn't think it's better, but it is, I assure you. Gives me that element of poison resistance, which we are currently lacking. Dragon Mail will cover the fire, ice, and lightning. Pro Ring for death. Well, there are a couple other ones that you might see. They're not really common until you go to Temple of Fiends. Okay, good first floor. Unlike an NES run, we don't have to really split things up because Ethers will mean that we have essentially infinite sustainability. Mostly doing warps for backtrack avoidance. Took you a while to realize that Pro Ring was short for Protect Ring. It's short for Ring of Protection from Dungeons and Dragons. Certainly the Pro Cape is a cape of protection. I mean, I'll take more Chimeras. Might take a little bit, but the XP is really good. Nice, more level ups there. with that heal 3, we'll be able to very quickly patch this party up if necessary. That's right, vampires are buffed. Gotta remember that. So they increased the HP of all the bosses in the remake versions. And while the vampire is just a regular enemy later, they also increased the HP of the regular enemy. So it's actually a much more demanding fight than the regular ones were in the NES version. I don't know if that was like a oversight that they buffed like a non-boss monster that you fight again. Makes Mirage Tower though a little bit tougher. Nope. This would have been the Whiz Mummy fight. Lots of good, juicy targets. But since they put birds as the higher priority on this version now, it is not very good. And it really is tough to run from. Who knew? Like the sound of this version. It does have some really nice elements. I like the additional songs that they added to the remakes. You've got new tracks for the 4 Fiends. There's actually 2 versions, one for the male Fiends, one for the female Fiends. New track for Chaos. Both sound really good. And this version also has bonus tracks for the boss fights from other games. So we'll be looking forward to those later. Yeah, it's really tough for developers to take advantage of the GBA because of the built-in speaker being so bad. It's got almost no bass at all. And one thing that they do to kind of compensate for that is that they will remix the tracks to be sounding as best as they can off of the speaker, which then means that if you have like a really clear recording of it, and you're listening on headphones or you're doing captures like this, it's going to be really muddy and over bassy because they're trying to correct the fact that you couldn't have bass normally on the speaker that the game has. Oh nice, 1 in 64 Blue D. Bonus Blue Dragon action. Think we're ready for Blue Ds? Get our Sun Sword there, get our Dragon Mail. Alright, what are we doing for our gear here? So, no, you want the Defense Sword. I am pretty certain of that. You can have the Sun Sword. I would give Dan the Thor Hammer, but we actually want to have that as a usable item. And now, speaking of usable items, well, yeah, didn't put the Dragon Mail on because it's not smart enough to realize that the elemental protections are better. There we go, that should be best we can get for all of the slots. Alright, so Thor Hammer is pretty important. Let's get that up near the top. Not going to need elixirs and mega elixirs for a little while, so I'll put those down there. Definitely want the Power Glove up there. Mage Staff we could probably get some good use out of. Let's have that as well. Then we would like to have Power Glove near the very front. Could use that a whole bunch. Lit 2, Lit 2, Fire 2. I could put Ice 2 up there as well. Definitely use a lot of Ethers. And probably useful to have High Potions, and then these get bumped down over time. Once we get the additional items in there, a white shirt and black shirt coming up. Alright, that looks good. Up we go. Metroid 2 is a masterpiece of mood. It It certainly does the bleeps and bloops really well. There's a couple of Game Boy games that sound nice. I think the Castlevania Game Boy games, maybe not the very first one, but like Belmont's Revenge and Castlevania Legends. Some pretty good tracks on there. It was very tough making good Game Boy sound, but there's a couple companies that did it. Fantasy Legend, yeah. All three of those games are amazing for sound. Metroid 2 is your favorite of the series. This Super Metroid's pretty good. Metroid 2, very respectable for a handheld game. Alright, you know we're getting the Bane Sword. I can't say no to that. Like the sound and music of the Zelda Oracle games. Yeah, those were done by Capcom. So they've got a very distinctive sound compared to most of the other Zelda series. Like, clearly they're using the basic kind of thematic compositions, music-wise, from Zelda, but because Capcom has, like, their own in-house sound crew that does lots of games, and they have a lot of samples that they reuse, you can kind of hear the Capcom-ness come through of it. Oh yes, hardcore Manticores. I have been expecting you. Don't really need the pro ring here. Already got plenty of diamond stuff. Do want to grab the pro cave upstairs. Trying to make a list of things that I want to pick up. White shirt and black shirt. Of course, we're going to need the adamant. Should maybe get the ribbon. That seems like another good one to have. Alright, Dan, let's not get out of control. I don't think you need to be using the power glove. Gonna break that thing. Yep, to eyes, those things are real easy now. Grab ribbon number 3, and I'm going to give it to the fighter just because fighter's going to be doing all the damage in the boss fights, and if you ever die during combat, you lose all your buffs in this version. You can revive in battle, which is nice, but if you're in a situation where you had to put like 15 buffs on the character to survive, then they're going to die again very quickly, especially in the front of the party. Black shirt, white shirt. Give that to you. No, not the Thor hammer. We've talked about this, Dan. Self-control. Don't think he's heard of the concept. Alright, so black shirt's gonna go up here. And I actually don't need to wear the white shirt once we have ribbon number 4. So I can potentially put that back into the pool for anybody to use. Do images have life? Nope, but we have Phoenix Downs, which is even better. And at some point, Dan's going to get life 2, which means that we get a full heal on top. Life 1's just really hard to work with in battle, Because you have to hope that the enemy does not do any damage the next turn, or else you're probably not going to be able to actually get the character back. There's our animate. So how are we doing for levels? 36. So Remy just still can't do 7th tier spells. Dan still can't do 8th tier spells. We're going to be working on both of those before we go into the bonus dungeons. Do want to grab Pro Cape here. Yeah, life in battle, soft in battle. That was another thing that people are surprised is not allowed. On the NES version, you can't de-petrify somebody during a fight. Makes that an especially scary status summon as a result. Sit bottom left. Challenge over where the Pro Cape is. I think it's bottom left. Beep, beep, beep. Yep, there it is. So on the front, get some more defense. Yeah, nothing else up here that really is interesting. You can get a pro ring, you can get katanas, but at this point, I think our money situation is pretty good. I really shouldn't sit through fights like this. But the experience is nice. And we will definitely need lots of experience for going through the bonus fights. Yeah. Enough of you, Medusa. Not worth it. Yeah, no more window. It's just not as classy. Not in space. Doesn't have a giant porthole. You can't throw Vorpal swords out of it. Like, what's even the point of a flying space castle if you can't throw Vorpal swords out the window? Where are we going? Let's do up and left. New plan. Up sucks. Let's go left. Up's still pretty bad. I mean, sorcerers at this point are not a big deal anymore. They'd be really scary back in the ice cave. But at these levels, you're going to be much more likely to resist their trance and their instant death attack. Just got plenty of magic defense now. We also have plenty of fiend here coming up. So let's go grab our 4th and final fiend. Good, we got 7th tier magic on the red wizards now. It's the most that they're ever gonna get. Sorry, no hugs tonight. I do have some neck. And I've got a Bane Sword. Okay, maybe the Bane Sword needs some work. No encounters on the bridge. Yeah, there is a much lower encounter rate on certain maps in this version. Marsh Cave, Waterfall, and Sky Castle here all have a very, very low rate compared to the NES version. Everything else is a much higher rate. So I don't know if they were just trying to mix things up a bit. But I'm certainly not complaining. And the murdering. Good team at fight. Yeah, no more Nintendo Power Contest. The original Famicom version is 1 in 64. So it's only the NES version that has bumped Wormek's appearance rate up. Because otherwise, the way that the 1 in 64 encounter works on the NES version is that you can't get them until you've had 128 battles after Power On. That's when the first one takes place. So somebody that saves and power cycles the console right before going to Mirage Tower never would see a Wormek. Like, you would spend a long time there before it would show up. Whereas 3 in 64s, it's not just 3 times as many, but they're better distributed. So it's a lot easier to run into one. Not very easy to run into Wormeks, though. We tried. And sadly, we failed. Okay. I don't really have to hold back for the first 2 bonus dungeons, but I think we're going to need levels for the later 2. And certainly we're going to need better spells for the later 2. Got a couple of 8th tier things I want to pick up at some point. So I'm going to get those now, before doing even the really early ones. Okay, you're getting nice 3. Sure, 37's not enough. Somewhere soon, though, we'll be able to get 8th tier spells. Pick up Life 2 and Wall, probably Fade as well. Just for the fun of it. But in the meantime, let's head 2,000 years back in time. That's likely our best source of encounters that give much experience. So let's go. And the other thing I could maybe pick up, besides the Masby, which is really far down, is the second Pro Cape that's on Carrie's floor. That one's like a smallish upgrade, 8 more defense on one of the red mages. Yeah, not gonna bother with the Excalibur yet. It's mostly gonna be spells to kill things here. Actually, it's probably better to do it on floor 2. At least with floor 2, we don't have to deal with the Frosties all the time. Still have to deal with, like, plenty of not very fun fights. But I gotta pick something. It's a choice. Hey, performs. Those are good. Much. Alright, good enemies here, definitely zombies. Those have a chance of dropping the Mega Elixirs, which would be really nice. We're more looking for the 4-pack of them, though. Because I think it is drop chance per number of enemies that you kill. Okay, 38. Still not enough for level 8. I don't think Excalibur really speeds things up. We're gonna get it after we go here. At the end of the day, fighter can only hit one target at a time, which is great for bosses, but not as good for the hallway stuff. Remember spells being level locked. Yeah, if you're doing a lot of leveling as you're traveling around, you're probably going to be about the right level, either when you first get to an area or soon afterwards. But if you really kind of plow through the content and you're not stopping to do lots of fights in most of the dungeons, you're going to find that it's really easy to get like 5 or 6 levels back about what they expect you to be at. And then, since it's an MP system instead of spell slots, they have to have some way of preventing you from getting the really amazing spells super quickly. Since they just put a level lock on spells. So I think it makes sense. It's just a little bit cumbersome compared to the NES version. It's one of the big advantages of the spell slot system, that you can make it so, you know, somebody has only one charge of a high level spell. They have to really think about strategically when's the best time to use it, instead of just spamming the spell like as much as possible as soon as they get it. Yeah, Nuke's a good example because, you know, let's say it costs 50 MP. When you first get it, you can cast it like 10 times, but somebody can just throw an ether on you every single turn and give you plus 50 MP, so you can just cast it like 150 times. And then it gets really ridiculous in a hurry. There we go, 8th tier spells picked up. Level 39, I mean, it's certainly the minimum I think that we can do this at. We're not going to get a lot of experience in the bonus dungeons. So that is a definite concern if this is not enough levels by the time we get to the later ones. But it's a good start. Is Brack good? In the randomizer, Brack's really good because you can get it early enough before the monsters have a lot of magic defense. But when you kind of do it as designed, you'll notice that Brack is not nearly as potent since you have to basically, wait until the monsters are all really strong as well. Alright, things we can get rid of. Flame mails, silver swords, definitely wizard staffs, ice shields, silver helmets. Probably don't need any rapiers. Opal gauntlets. Yeah, we just have pearl rings instead. Gold bracelets, we're done with those. Ice mails, heal helms. I don't think we ever need to heal off of the red mages. Vorpal swords, definitely no. Opal shields, got plenty of those. Opal armors, we got dragon mail. Don't think we need the bane spell. Another ice sword down there. Opal helmet we can pass on. Alright, so this is the cash we have to work with. I'm going to say if we get like 30 of most of these items, we should be fine. Let's get a couple stacks. Do we really need to raise max MP a lot? Not super much, but might as well just get 30 of all of them. Then we have to think about it. Strength tonic. Protect drinks, I'd rather do the Proteras. So let's just do the speed drinks. That should be good. So these are going to be very useful in the big boss fights. Let's see, Ether, we definitely want that up near the top. High potions, Phoenix Downs, probably use those a bunch. Then we get to these things, Giant's Tonics, Fairy Tonics, Speed Drinks, Strength Tonics, use those a bunch. These are more single-use things down here. Only for the very special occasions. Actually might need antidotes at some point, but not a big concern. And then somewhere's the gold needles. There we go. Alright, getting respectable here. Got a good variety of items. We're going to go pick up our 8th tier spells. As these have now been unlocked. And surprisingly, Cure 4 is not 8th tier. People kind of think it's like the best spell in the game, but yeah, they do have to cut through here now. I don't have to go all the way around, do I? So, Fade seems pretty good. Wall seems pretty good. I don't think we really need Exfer. But we will pick up Life 2, because that's in battle a very hard effect to replicate. Coming back at full health gives you a chance to get buffed up again before the monsters destroy you. Cure 4's best spell in NES, it might be. It's one of the few spells that scales with your characters. So like Nuke, you get it, and it's as strong as it's ever going to get. Whereas Cure 4, as you get more and more HP, it's more and more effective at recovering you. And by the time that you're at the late game, like when you've got 900 hit points, if you are really leveled up, Cure 3 or similar spells are going to be like doing very little compared to what Cure 4 can put out. Fast is another good one. Fast is probably better than Nuke too. It's also one of the few spells that works correctly for damage buffs. So that's pretty important. In this version, Temper is going to be really good. So you can stack things to ludicrous levels pretty quickly. Alright, Life 2, and then we are done with our spell list. I might actually kick some spells out that we're not going to use anymore. Just so they don't clutter things up. The This is a feature that was not in the original. Oh, wait, discard. There we go. Get rid of Blizzard. Not going to need Ice 1. I might still use Fire 2 and Lit 2, but pretty unlikely. I'll just leave them there because they're not hurting anything. That's gone. Probably don't need Harm 1 or Harm 2 anymore. Definitely don't need A-Ice anymore. Yeah, we'll just get rid of these. Again, not really hurting things, but useful to avoid distractions as you're scrolling down. Like, you might even get rid of, like, Cure 1 and Cure 2 if you want to be really fussy. And with that, let's start the bonus dungeons. And I will say I have not played these for a very long time, so we are going to discover them together, how they work. I remember a lot of mechanics in the dungeons, but certainly not, like, memorizing all the map layouts and things. Let's see how much damage Fade does. I'm curious. I am prepared to be underwhelmed. So, attack's doing 400. Wow, I am more underwhelmed than I thought I would be. That was kind of sad. If I get the Excalibur, when I pass the defense sword down, but I keep it on Runic for physical defense and evasion. I think I'd pass it down. Evasion's not nearly as good on this version as it is on the NES version. Can the 3DS play GBA games? No, only the original DS. Not even like the DSi. So you need like one of the fat DSs. You also need some Tyro steaks and chicken wings here. So if you're hungry, now is dinner time. DS Lite can still play GBA games? Okay. For some reason I thought it was only the fat version for the very first model. But Lite would mean model number 2 works as well. And I guess the DSi is the one that doesn't play them. I think he's just hitting that rock with a spoon. It's like, yep, sword now. And that's how we got the Excalibur. Questionable sources, to say the least. Alright, let's give you... I think if we're going to do something here. You're getting Sun. You're getting defense. We're getting out of here. I'm going to visit the Earth Gift Shrine. Place we passed right by Temple of Fiends a couple times. And now we're going in. So I kind of doubt that I'm going to care about the treasures in here. Yeah, like... That was that A ice I just got rid of. Okay, this is a really long floor. Okay, you have to kill him. A shame. Basically, this is a big spiral. And there's a whole bunch of forced fights. And you see the enemies are like really, really easy, but it's gonna take a while to get through it. Hey, Kefka time. Hope you're having a wonderful weekend here. I think we need to go up at some point. Don't remember if it's that one or that one. I see that guy to run away. I approve. Wait, this is a regular fight. Don't have to actually do these battles. Must be they're unrunnables. Alright, evidently we have to do these battles. And like I said, I don't remember which passageway, but you're eventually going to spiral all the way around to where we started. Like right on the other side of those woods. Yeah, that's the gimmick of this particular floor, Shaywolf. About half the dungeon floors are going to be like regular dungeon stuff, and then half of them are going to be these like puzzle gimmicks. I have a clear preference for which one I prefer. Probably left now. We've gotten pretty far north. Trees remind you of Breath of Fire. These are definitely Mystic Quest trees. They are in need of some chopping. Let's see, over this way? I like how we walked up to an enemy that we saw standing there, and then we're surprised that they attacked us. Our party is perhaps not equipped with common sense, but they're doing their best. Maybe the other side of the lake. I would guess you have to go further west before going down. Just a hunch, though. Ooh, do you go down that west path, though? Or is it the southwest path? We'll see. This might end up just circling around the lake. Yeah, I think that just goes around the lake. Alright, so we go west there. So we can run away from some of this stuff, just not a lot of it. Take your vampire fang. Yeah, stuff's still not really worthwhile. There are some good items in these dungeons, like you can get items that give you a very small permanent HP increase and things like that. But I don't know what the frequency of them dropping is. Might be that you get like one per trip or something. Okay, this is looking promising. So you can easily see that this is something that you can probably take on like level 15 to 20. Not much of a problem, it's just annoying and lots of resources to get through. The later ones though really do ramp up in difficulty quite quickly. There we go, floor done. Speed drink, so that's one of the things that we bought in the caravan. Okay, that's an easy one. This one is another kind of puzzly one. And basically what we're going to try and do is, well, find the exit, which, not too hard. That was kind of lucky. Normally it's a really long floor. So yeah, good times. And now the bosses. I have no idea which boss is which in this place, so I'm just going to go to this one. We'll do our first Final Fantasy III boss, Echidna. I think it's Echidna, three-headed dragon, and what's the third boss here? I know this is the weird one that's got 3 instead of 2. Ahriman? Possibly. There are a lot of eyeball bosses in the bonus dungeons. Cerebus seems more likely. I thought there was only 3 in this one, but if there's 4, this is an even more tedious one, because you have to do those floors repeatedly. You can only do 1 boss per trip in. And this one is now done. Got a potion. Worth it. Okay. That's the simple one. Next up, we've got Gurgu opening up this dungeon here. And this is where the Final Fantasy IV bosses are. It's also where you get the second ribbon, or the 4th ribbon, which will be really great to have. In we go. Alright, fun fire dungeon. Probably better treasures than the earth one. Let's see, you can't go up there, and that's where the stairs are. So that seems like a place you want to get to. So just up this way and around? Yeah, that'll do it. Oh, this one. So, there are a bunch of sparkly tiles on the floor you might see. Those are all just trap tiles. And the townspeople move very slowly. Very slowly back and forth. Sometimes very quickly, and then they get in your way. They will not be pushable or move out of the way, so you have to kind of like slip through them very carefully. Or else you do more trap tiles. It is not a good gimmick. Alright, that wasn't bad. Wait, these are trap tiles. Didn't see them! The twinkling on the floor was not enough for me. Is there an Asto shuffling? There is one in the randomizer, but I do not use it because there's just very few interesting things that it can shuffle up. I want to say there's only 3 different locations that move around. It's Astos, Bahamut, like the princess, and it's not enough variety to be worth it. Okay, where are we going here? Doctor, that's the other one. Okay, that's a little loop. That was just a treasure chest, so that's the wrong way. So I don't think it's up here. This way is... Ooh, stamina plus. So that would be like a permanent buff to somebody's vitality score by 1. It's like, who do we want to get more HP on? Probably viewer? Needs the help. Try and catch up there. There's our stairs. Okay, now the fun one. So, there are a bunch of different overworld maps. This is not the real overworld, but you get to figure out where you're going here. And I don't really know where I'm going here, but let's see if we can figure it out together. Good news is we can run from things. All right, there's a pirate. We do want to talk to that guy. Oh no, he's trapped me in here. Time to push the pirate. Hope there's a place I can push him at the end. Yeah, he should be able to be left along the dock. Uh-oh, he cannot go left. Oh, he can go left. Crisis averted. So there's this bridge area here. I don't remember if you want to go under the bridge here. I think you do. I'm trying to remember which versions are which. Okay, there's the airship area. Alright, that was an easy one. Can use tents. No, it's just a dungeon floor that looks like the overworld. So you've got the canoe at the start. You have to find the boat. You have to talk to that pirate to activate the airship, so there's no floater item. But basically, talking to him is the floater. Then you have to find where the airship is, and then you have to find where the stairs down are. So yeah, that one can be pretty bad if you get one of the more difficult ones, and especially if you pick a wrong direction, like, it is really easy to spend like 20 minutes doing that. Okay, we got a box here. Can I land anywhere here? I mean, it looks like I should be able to land here. There we go. I can land here, but it prioritizes airship over flying into the sky. There we go. Silver Apple is max HP up. I think, again, we want to put it on the Red Mage. Try and get his health good. More survivability is nice. And we got this area here. See how big this thing is? Like, imagine like you're walking around, you can't find where you're going. Just completely lost. Brand new overworld you've never seen before. It's almost like playing the Extreme Final Fantasy Randomizer with the World Randomizer enabled. Something that we might be doing later on in this week. Turbo Ether, okay, I think that's like 150 MP, so that's decent to have. There's the stairs down, that's the hole. Alright. Feel like we got most of the interesting stuff. I guess this is the closest we can land. That's fine. I will canoe there. Take that. Alright, so first boss floor for Final Fantasy IV. Which one do we want to go to? I'm going to try north. That is not a boss. Let's try this one. Mylon Z. I don't know if you keep your buffs between the two forms. I'm pretty sure he has two forms. I do vaguely remember this. But if you don't keep your buffs, I'm not going to do as much prep work before fighting him. Oh, his body is about to experience some things. He will regret this. Has more health than he has in Final Fantasy IV. When suddenly, the real terror strikes. The important one's going to be to get the ribbon, which I think is the bottom floor. I want to say it's on Rubicante. No, Dan's delicate lungs. He was not prepared. He was not prepared for this. Yeah, the PSP version's got all of the battle themes. I don't remember if there is like one of them for like a special occasion on GBA, but PSP's the one that's got the really good music. It's still nice though. Why isn't Tipper called Might in this one? Because there's no mites about it. It's definitely doing a lot of damage. Down we go. So that is first half of this dungeon complete. Alright. This maze thing. Now you go up here. It's like the longest possible path is the way to get to the exit. Don't know if left is longer than bottom. Thief's gloves. Who can use that? Probably thieves. So useless. I should have known. Oh yeah, this is definitely longer when I saw the exit. Stairs spot it. Floor 7. Alright, so we got... Oh, stairs right there. That was pretty easy. Floor 8. Let's try right. Right was wrong. Guess we're trying left now. Hey, there we go. This is the one that continuously damages you even if you don't move around, so it's like super lava. I think the white tiles you can stand on. And of course, there's lots of bats. Very inbounds bats. Because why wouldn't there be? Feels like we should be further down. Did we just get flashed? I hope that that was not indecent. This actually looks correct. Considering how awful the bats are, probably this is where you want to go. I don't know if down looks right. Nope. I'm gonna go up here, evidently. Oh boy, that bat is out of control. Blue Savior, thank you very much for resubscribing back for 6 months. Glad you've been enjoying the show, and I hope you're enjoying your shiny new orb there. As we get ready to finish off our second bonus dungeon. I want to say the ribbon's in the south room. Or west, or whatever way is not closest to the opening. And I'm definitely saving before going in, because I don't think you can take back after you open the door. Yeah, that's what we want. That's got ribbon number 4. Once we have that, then things get a lot easier for damn survivability. Ethers, there we go. Just get them fully refreshed up here. And get the leg ready to go. Actually, I don't know if we want to be doing offensive buffs quite yet. This one might be better to do lots of defensive buffs first. You know what? Defense is for wimps. We need some defense. This is problematic otherwise. Damage seems respectable. I feel like that is getting the job done. I do worry about that there's only one person that's got really big healing spells. But we're dealing. It'll be better once we don't have to worry about round one soaking up a free turn as well. I think he's about done. Defense definitely much better. That is a significant improvement. And that is Rubicante done. Final Fantasy 4 boss is taken care of. Does temper scale indefinitely? No. Eventually you gotta hit a max. The worse that you start out with, the longer it'll take to get to the max, though. Is this another ninja weapon? I think it is. I know fighters can use it, just not very good. So you get better attack, worse accuracy, though. Might not be worth it. It's a little bit better of a trade. 6 attack for 5 accuracy versus the defense sword, which gets 7 for 10. I'm going to say no. Unless Dan can use it. Dan can't use anything. Never mind. Dungeon done. Is it 32 accuracy per hit still? I believe so. Capped at basically, well, 255, but that is a little bit short of giving you a 9th attack. So you have 8 hits and then you double them for fast. I'm gonna get something recovered here. 90 ethers sounds like a lot still. That can probably take me through another dungeon. And that dungeon is going to be needing a boat. Boat acquired. Alright, Runeseeker, have a great night. Pleasant dreams to you, and I hope you enjoyed tonight's show. We still have a lot of dungeons left to go. There is 15 floors here, and then 20, I believe, in the last one. I know they get pretty big after a while. I want to say it's 5, 10, 15, 20 for the lengths. It might be 5, 10, 20, 40. Because they are pretty big at some point. Is anybody else worried that we can't run away from Sahags, which are an enemy from the very start of the game? Is it just me? I feel like that may be a slight concerning factor. Probably not. We'll just fight the biggest monsters in the entire universe. I hope we're ready for these. So this is possibly the hardest of the 4 dungeons. Shinru and Omega at the end are really, really tough. So if we can beat these, we can definitely beat the other one. And if we can't, well, hard to get levels inside here. So we might have to do a second trip through. In we go. So that's stairs in the middle. I believe it was. Try to get a close look on the way around. I mean, we'll get a small number of levels here, but it's nowhere near the XP. Like, we've done a lot of fights. I think we've gotten like 2 level ups the whole time we've been in the bonus dungeons. Chop chop. Okay, blue curtains. Go well with the decor. This is not the stairs down, okay. Thought I saw stairs here, but might have been like a little pillar. So our hunt for the stairs continues. Not down there. It's always a strong guess to be as far away from the entrance as possible. So I will continue in this direction here. They are. One down. Alright, that was pretty easy. Ooh, this is the flashing castle. Alright. Fun times. So, you don't die, but you go back to the start if you fall off the edge. Okay, I can't go anywhere over there. You can go... Oh, you can't actually go onto this. So going around here. Down here. No chests in that. It's just a dead end. Well, that's kind of rude. Didn't see another path though over there. Okay, we're lined up. So, looks like it's not that western bit. This seemed like it was going into a room, but that might be some treasures. Maybe just a dead end? Alright, just being rude. I can understand that. Speed plus. Who would like to be faster? Maybe Dan. I feel like Dan does rely on speed quite a bit. I think our fighter being faster is pretty good too. I think you can dodge things better with evade up. How will do on Dan? Where's this going? Got it loose back to there. So we've been in here. Oh, there's another room over here. Okay, it's not down the side. Don't trust it. Up or to the right? Let's try up first. Okay, looks like they both go to the same place. Okay, so you're in here now. So there's north and then there's east. This is clearly going to rooms. The rooms could be where the stairs are. Or where chests are. Could also be where chests are. So we're up here now. This is another room. At least everything is slightly less tricky about the drops. Room here. Tiger mask. I mean, it can't be better than a ribbon. So I don't know who would possibly consider using that. This description does not help me in the slightest. Hey, there's stairs. Whew. Okay. There might be more stuff over there, but I don't care. I'm done with that. Speed drinks is a usable item in battle. There's the stairs there. Looks like you have to wrap around though to get to them. Item for a black belt. Believable. But again, why would anyone want to use anything over the ribbon? Unless you've got some other source of all elemental resistance, which is really hard to come by. Okay, so we know that northeast is where we eventually want to lead up to. And looks like it leads right there. B5. Okay. I kind of remember this puzzle. Strange man with a halberd looking for sword. Seems familiar. Pink mermaid in a room to the north. Dangerous man inside, alright. Popular with the mermaids. Alright. Pink mermaid in a big room in the south. Basically, you follow this quest around and then eventually you can fight Gilgamesh. Like, the door just unlocks. So I don't know if you can really short-circuit it that much. Spot to north with a bunch of pillars lined up at a diagonal. asked your friend something. Blue mermaid. North in here? No. North out of here. Resistance to tigers. Well, that does sound useful. I do admit. Diagonal pillars. There's the blue mermaid. Legendary sword. Middle of the town. That is completely useless for directions. At least give me a color or something. What are you? Barrel? I don't think so. No, that's the starter one. Let's see, middle of the town. Don't know if the barrel's the hint or not. Ooh. Little way down the narrow path over there. Okay. Oh yeah, we got plenty of oxyal. There we go. Gilgamesh time. I'll go for the Proteus. I seem to remember this not being a super tough battle. I know. If you want to get the music, you have to play the PSP version. But it's got more dungeons. We'd be here all night. Look. Ow. Swords hurt. Possibly in need of more Proteus. Well, that is our first boss. Tougher than anything we had in the Final Fantasy IV dungeon by a lot. Hey, Genji gloves. Somebody was asking about those. Heavy gloves. Better than pro rings? Bit better than pro rings. You get 1 point of defense better, and you get a lot of evasion. Is that better on the front? No, we don't have a choice. It is fighter only. So, yeah. Take that over the pro-ring. It seems reasonable. Want stairs. I think we went to that other place, it would send us out of the dungeon. And that would not be good. Can use sword chucks if you have the Genji gloves. No, you cannot. Good question, though. Try north? Nope. Try south? Try some more Death Elementals. Yeah, every now and then you'll get these upgrades that are better than anything in the base game. Unfortunately, well, actually fortunately that was a pretty good one. I believe that's a Pro Cape upgrade. So 4 less defense, but you get 11 evasion. That seems pretty good. And since you don't have a Pro Cape, I see no downside here. Plus 4 defense, plus 9 evasion. See, would Dan benefit from it more? He would benefit a lot. Keeping that white mage alive seems important. Alright, that door seems suspicious. Let's check it out. Definitely seems like we want more of those Zephyr Capes. I think that there's like an elf cloak or something else that's like a similar type of pro-capish item that's even better. Don't know if it's in this one or the next dungeon. That was not the stairs. I am vaguely offended. Yeah, Elven Cloak sounds familiar. It probably is made from real elves. Or else I'm not wearing it. Emergency exit. Don't need them. I mean, it's probably an emergency, but exit's not required. It's actually a really nice item to find if you're doing the speed run. You can get that off of the 15 puzzle, and then you can avoid backtracking through. Like Marsh Cave or Earth Cave, one of the early ones that you have to spend a lot of time walking the reverse direction in. Could be a big time save if you get lucky on it. Protect drink, just another in-battle item. Nothing up there. As far as I know, we can't run from these things. They don't have a lot of health. They're like unrunnable arsahags or something. Pythons we confirmed can run. Goblins we can run from, definitely. Hey, stairs. B8. Working our way through. This one looks tricky for the layout. So it seems we can't just assume the doors are dead ends. They're actually cutting off entire big areas. What does the black goblin drop? I think it was potion. Most enemies here are not going to give you anything particularly good, and they're going to give you very little experience. It's the rare exceptions that have interesting stuff, and probably they're uncommon encounters. Okay, that's a chest. Hermes shoes lets you cast fast, but so do red mages. Right, on this side, I think this was an area that we couldn't get to before because of some blocks. And another block up there, so gotta go around this way. This is a game that could really use like a repel spell like Dragon Warrior games. Well, usually Dragon Warrior games you can't repel in dungeons. Still, the concept makes sense. Alright, we're going over here. So that should get me the other side of that block. Just don't know if there's anything actually over there. No, we can't get to the other side. Even more suspicious now. Yeah, I really do like the weight change. Like, I know all the formations, and which ones are runnable and which ones are not, but that's a lot of information for a new player to have to pick up. And if you don't know, then you can either waste a lot of time doing too much or too little for attacks. So having that kind of be handy, I think, is a very friendly new player feature. Alright, B8's done, B9. This is very Marsh Cave-ish. Yeah, if you shuffle up like which formations are unrunnable, then that would be kind of impossible to deal with otherwise. It would definitely be non-ideal if you had to test out every single encounter, because even if you can't run, it just might mean that you got unlucky. Alright, can't get through there. See more stuff in the south. So let's go down this way. Can't tell if that dead ends in the southwest or not, but we'll check it out. Looks like it does. That gets around the blocks. Just guessing it's south because that's where it is in the regular marsh cave. Gotta cut through door here. Couple chests. Worth it. We're definitely getting better items, even if they're not always things that we'd want to use. They're at least more interesting things for doing the treasure chest checks along the way. Yeah, there's the stairs. Just gotta find a way into that room. Bonk. Another silver apple. All right. That is going to probably still viewer. So I can catch you up a bit. It could also be like we want to target somebody that's at like close to 99. So we push them over and they don't need as many giants tonics to max out or something, but we're still leveling up, so it's harder to guess, you know, is somebody done with their HP or not? It's a lot easier just to say, dump it on the person that needs it the most. Alright, floor 10. I think this is a boss floor. So we got the flame there. Atomos. Alright, I'm gonna guess this is a lot of instant death. Just a hunch. How much more dungeon? I think we're halfway through this one. And then the other one is really, really big. Fire hut? It's scary relying on Dan for our defense. Less scary now that I've seen how much damage he's doing. Praetors are very effective. That seems like instant death. I'm just gonna call that out. That hurts. And that is that fight. Nice. No deaths. And we got the Judgment Staff. Nuke as an item. Seems pretty reasonable. I feel like that might be more effective than, say, a Mage Staff at times. Possibly by a little bit. I've not used an antidote in a long time, so let's put that down there. I don't know if that was the better prize to get, like... There could be something even more amazing in the other direction. But we can only do one of these, so that's the one we got. Lampstick even better. Well, look, they can only be so powerful items. Alright. I remember some kind of gimmick here where you could go through one of the houses. I don't remember where the gimmick is, but I remember that gimmick. There it is. Seems like a dragon. One white dragon, one red dragon, one zombie D. You are unhelpful for all these dragons are the same color. Holy dragons are like white dragons? I don't know if he means frosty. I guess we'll find out. Oh hey, this is why it's called a holy dragon, evidently. I now understand. Makes more sense. That's a green dragon. Hope he doesn't mind if we bring some extras. There's a white dragon. So that was Frosty that he was talking about. So we're still missing Red D and Zombie D here. I feel like we're looking for bingo squares. Another green. silver. Not a traditional dragon color in this game, but we'll figure it out, right? Or we'll sort it, that also works. So Holy was the only one that's been super tough so far. Silver Dragon evidently is the nickname for the Imp Dragon. There's a zombie. Can we get a Mega Elixir? No Mega Elixirs. To the pots you, I am pretty certain they would not do that in this game. Hey, there's a red D. But I think the pots are full of poison. Alright. We want some more dragons. We can get more dragons here. Yellow D. It's another new one. We're going to taste the entire dragon rainbow. This one tasted like pain, so may want to avoid that. Don't know how many I should be using up. It's definitely costing me a bunch of ethers doing this, but the experience is actually getting levels for once. Something that we have not had for some time. So it's like doing trap tiles. Black D. Alright, another new one. Scary. Hey, he told me to kill dragons. He didn't tell me to stop. Alright, another one of the scary ones. This time I'm ready for it. Alright, I was not ready for it. I was almost ready for it, I would like to say. But that plan could have worked. So this is even worth. They're worth a pretty good amount of XP, and dry ether is amazing. Actually gives you a lot more than a regular ether with a recovery right there. So they've got a very nice item drop as well. Alright, we'll do a couple more dragons, then we're done. I feel like this may qualify for a sufficient number of dragons murdered to satisfy Bahamut. I have noticed that we've only gotten like 2 level ups the entire time we've been doing these bonus dungeons, maybe 3. So I'm feeling a little bit nervous from that. That's why I'm grabbing XP here. Okay, you're not worth nearly as much. Alright, Bahamut, how we do? Excellent. Oh, now they're friendly. Well, no hugs for you, dragons. Only swords. Okay, back to these levels. I feel like Bahamut may have had some children in need of babysitting, and he knows we do a good job with children. So another one of those Zephyr Capes. That's a really good find considering we only got 1 Pro Cape. I don't know if we want to replace the Pro Cape. I guess there's not really a downside to it. It was like, what, 1 more defense? No, that was -4 defense for like 11 evasion. I would probably stick with Pro Cape on Tadaro. Let the defense carry the day. Well, I'm sure there's definitely some fights where the evasion would come in handy. Not up there. I guess you can still go further to the south. So this is not a dead end quite yet. Killer sharks! They are significantly deadlier than regular sharks. I will give them credit for that. And they have a lot of health. I see. Reputation well earned. Definitely feels like the enemies are getting, maybe not tough, but a little bit more interesting down here. Okay, another room there. Nope, just a chest. Where are these stairs? I don't think we can get further to the south. I didn't see any more turns. So we're going to try off to the west here. See where this goes. That goes to nowhere. Dan's a new nuke toy. I mean, I'm gonna level with you all. You're gonna be not as impressed as you might hope to be. This is Dan we're talking about. Well, he does try his best. His best is not very good. There's the stairs. That's very fast stairs. Take that. 15. Is there a new boss here? Or are we going to just go to 20? Looks like we are going to 20. See? Like, it does okay damage, but it's not anything that's going to end the fight right away. Whatever it is, we've got plenty. See, that's a dead end too, so this way is no good. Ooh, another one with complicated rooms, perhaps? And extra dangerous sharks. I see. Alright, I feel like we're figuring this place out. We're getting pretty far in. I'm still worried about the bosses at the end. They are some of the hardest bosses in this entire bonus dungeon area. Like, I think they might be harder than the Final Fantasy VI ones. I probably should have done the dungeons out of order for that reason. Blue troll. I think he's having a bad day. There's more pass-through doors? Ooh. Alright, this is a lot of stuff to explore. Ashura. Sounds like a ninja weapon. No information. Is it better than an Excalibur? It is very much not better than an Excalibur. It is worse than an ice sword. Seems unlikely to be useful. Still got this one to consider. Now that we've gotten over the accuracy bump, well, you're really close to it. Are you? It's 192. Okay, yeah, that would knock you under. You still got a ways to go, but you're not that far away with the Sun Sword to get another attack round. Again, you probably see that red mages are not really meant for attacking, so also might not really make a big difference, no matter what they've got equipped. Good, we can fix mute. But can we find the stairs? Maybe I shouldn't be just so down on the red mages. They're actually doing way better than they would in a typical game because their levels are very, very good right now. And so they're actually able to get enough strength to break enemy defenses. So they're not stuck just doing like 1 damage per swing. That's what makes them so bad normally in the game, is that until you can damage break the enemy, you're going to be kind of sitting there just twiddling your thumbs. Hey, there's the stairs. 16. So that should mean 4 levels of like non-boss stuff, and then level 20 should be just bosses. And I have no idea which of the two that we should be fighting, whether Shinryu or Omega is a better choice. They're both very scary. Good fast stairs. 17. Oh, the library. I kind of remember another gimmicky thing about this. Like somewhere there's like a fake bookcase or something that we have to go behind. Or as you can see, like the perspective is really weird, so it looks like you can't get through something, but you can. Well, there's the stairs, so maybe we got through it. Did I push it? Yeah. Alright, evidently I was through it. Fine by me. Oh, the dancers. Alright. Another one of these fine town things. Wrong one. Now they're out of sync. So be on top. Yes. Anything happening if you put the wrong one? Nope. Just gotta wait really patiently as they go around the circles. They're just using NPCs as like moving blocks. That's the whole gimmick. Alright, 19. There's like a worse one of that. That one's actually not as bad as the one with the trap tile floors. But it's still a little bit annoying. Dancers are very inbounds, I know. It is regrettable. I mean, this looks pretty promising. We've gone like a weird way around the side. Takes us to new areas. There's the ice bit. There's ice down here. Okay, there's stairs. I smell stairs. We're heading for them. All right, fun times. Which one are we doing? Omega or Shinru? I have no idea which one's which. Let's try West. How bad could it be? Let's say very, very, very bad. You only get to fight one per trip, so you have to do the entire dungeon again to get to the other one if you want to do all the bosses. Omega it is. Good, this is a free turn. Nice turn order too. Alright, a little bit more health to work with. Get Stan's health up. I think we want to prepare a whole bunch. That looks painful. Confirmed painful. The secret to these fights is just like no dying. Once you get all these buffs up, it's like very, very hard to come back from that. All right, not ideal getting that twice in a row. You and Dan probably need it the most. Ouch. Okay, this is bad. So losing somebody here really sucks. I can try and full life them. Try and keep the rest of the party under control while that's happening. So Giant's Tonic there. Kiraga. I want to say it resets all of the Proteras though. So Tadara will be back at like 0 defense bonus. Alright, you're getting more of that. double Protera, probably Hilaga as well. Ouch. We still have done no offensive buffs, so we still have to get through all of those later. I think we've dropped his damage by like a third. Making progress. All right. You'll start doing those. I think we need plenty of Proteras still. I also have to worry about our MP at some point. Dan's is going to run out of MP, and I'll have to start feeding him ethers. Alright, that's looking better. Hey, step on you, 2 more Proteras. That still hurts. Certainly, that's a magic attack rather than a physical attack. Okay, got a cure there. I think if you Protera and then you heal Laka, that's our best bet. Oh, the beeps are pretty intense. Let me tell you that. There is no let up on those. Alright. I think the Proteras are working. So some of our turns are going to be pretty safe. The wave cannon still sucks though. That's why we got our max HP up pretty high so that we can take 2 of those. Might be time to start the tempers. And you'll just spend the turn drinking an ether. Got a lot of Giant's Gloves up already, so speed drinks would also be helpful for additional attacks per round. See what kind of damage we're looking at here. Like I said, this is like much tougher than Chaos is. And probably the hardest. Like, I'm gonna guess Final Fantasy 6 bosses are easier. 1900. I believe he's got 40,000 health. So, that's gonna be a thing. Cure Dan for safety. Would really suck to lose the AoE healer. Especially because he does way more healing than everybody else. Alright, 24, we're getting better. Definitely seems like he's got a lot of defense. Now that we're chewing through it, though, we are in a good position. We got lots of buffs up for keeping us safe. That's a big deal here. The beeps are barely affecting us. Don't know if more tempers are going to be helping at all, but it's either this or speed drinks that we need. Really, the tempers are helping. At this point, I want to say I can just heal Laga every single turn. Cuts our wave cannon damage. Danger way down. Hero shield on the floor? Well, I don't see a box here, so it must have been over on Shinru's side if that's true. Unless there's a box behind this. I feel that if you can beat this fight, then it's unlikely that you need more power for anything else. Biggest thing you might need is like sustainability for really long fights or where you have to have a bunch of setup for it. But in terms of power, we're pretty good. Why is he not dead yet? It's gotta be really close. There we go. Got him. Murasame. Alright, so is it better than Excalibur? Can we even use it? No, we cannot use this. That was useless. Done the dungeon, though. We are done with Lightspring Grotto. Good fight. Certainly Shinru would have had better gear for our team. Shinru had no Ragnarok. Okay, well, I got something for probably a thief. Because that's just how our team rolls. Alright, Typhon, have a great night. Hope you enjoyed our show, and I will see you later. Up and away, so things to restock. Ethers! Definitely gonna need some ethers. Make sure that we're maxed out on those. Probably want to have just like all the Phoenix Downs. Don't see a reason why that you'd skimp on those. May need more of the caravan items. How many do we use up? Let's see, we got 20 plus left of them. I don't know if we're going to be using them on all of the Final Fantasy VI battles or not. I think that they're weaker, but again, I want to toss on a whole bunch so that we don't run short. Like, we can easily use 20 of those in Temple of Fiends, I know. That's only a couple of Fiend fights. So those seem important. Get a lot of those. Didn't use any of those. We used a bunch of speed drinks, so worth it for those. Protect drinks, I think the Proteras are doing a better job. Alright. The last one's going to be in the Ice Cave region. So I think we want to start at the Ice Cave and then go backwards. It's the fastest way to get to it. Yeah, there it is. No in trip. We're gonna do just a house. Get your full HP and MP. Got plenty of them. They are faster than going to inns. And speed is of the essence, because there's a lot of floors in here. Let's go. Floor 1. I like the lava. No need for encounters. Another stamina plus. I think we're giving those to the red mage that has like no health. So that would be you. The chest up there. There's some stairs. I think we can murder these guys rather than wait for them. Feels like the faster path. Alright. Where's this going? So we got more south. We got over here to the east. Got canoeing places. Alright, you're going to the door. You must go. It's either treasures or the stairs, so. Seems like it's safe that doors are important. Treasures. All right. Mine plus. Well, I think getting more healing on Dan's a big deal. I should probably check to see who's like close to a break point for additional damage, but that seems like work. Damn scene feels. I mean, there is the undead zombie plague thing, but I think they're more doing it to be annoying than anything else. There's the stairs. That wasn't too bad. Guess you could have just gotten straight down and eventually hit that spot. I should not have wavered and changed course. Robots. Needs 2 parts. There are no robot parts here. Found robot parts. Now we're definitely playing Final Fantasy Legend 3. Turbo Ether, I guess, is okay. That's just a broken hole. There we go. More robot parts. Doink. Alright. Good floor. I'm actually okay with the puzzle floors as long as they don't have any random encounters. Makes it a lot nicer. Obviously over here. But is it up here or is it to the west? It is to the west. Part 1 done, evidently. That's another one of the tricky ones. I remember that one now. It's like the bookcase. Like, if you don't realize that you can kind of, like, see through the perspective, where it looks like it's solid, but it's not quite stacked up correctly, you'll spend a lot of time before you can find where to go. My mage had more HP than your knight. You feed him a lot of apples. That can definitely happen. Oh no, the dwarves. Okay. You lost your key. You need your tools. There's like 15 of these things. It will never end for the fetch quest. You need the airship parts. You need some canal tools. You've got stomach pains. Caribou, that's the Titan. I think you have to get all the swaps to get the item to kill the Titan. You want the autograph. I've already talked to you. You want something. Alright. Got the carob. Another stamina plus. Yeah, I guess we'll keep sticking them on there. Carob was southeast. So we can get this swap done. Ocarina. Who wanted a musical instrument? Clearly, ocarinas do not cause your stomach pain to go away. You're the autograph. You're the tools. Maybe the other one wasn't actually the tools. There's like an item with silence in it that the dot 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 guy wants. It's kind of a trick one. Okay, 2 up here. I don't think we've talked to these guys. There we go. Cogwheel. So, some kind of parts. Are you the key guy? Yeah, you're the key. Oh no, the dwarves are trapped in here. We're going to have to use dynamite to get them out. I don't think this is the airship part. I think this is the other part. No, this is the airship part. Pickaxe. Oh, I've considered murder many times here. So pickaxe evidently not a tool. There we go. Okay, you got the autograph, which is like up here. Your stomach pain, dwarf. All right, there's medicine. Get out of here. Tools. That was like this tools. There's the key. Cat's whisker. I think that's the silent guy. One more down. And 1 ruby obtained. It is time for the Titan murdering to take place. It was well worth it. Oh yeah, I hope you're looking away. I forgot to warn you again. The Titan butt was being shown. There we go. B6. I feel like we've been through a lot of the worst areas, so... it's all uphill from here. Maybe not from here exactly, this is clearly the dead end, but from some point on this level, things are going to be looking great. Okay, I got a room over here. Looks suspicious. Not worth it. Stairs, 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 stairs. Maybe stairs? That looks like stairs. I was tricked into thinking there might be a chest. How rude. All right, B7. Where's this going? To the stairs, all right. I can't remember if this is a really good one or a really bad one. I think this is a really bad one. Wait, you just have the stairs? Maybe this is a really good one. I thought this one had like all kinds of stuff that you had to do that was weird. So you got an item shop, dual rapier, gladius, bard's tunic. These are all bad things, evidently. High potion and protect drink. I don't think I want any of these things. They're very expensive, so clearly they must be good. But they seem worse than the weapons that we have right now, and I think I'm going to take that as a sign that we don't want them. Well, maybe there's another shop that would be good. Hope that wasn't all of our stuff. That one store might have been it. That would suck. We got bad stuff. I blame the troubled economy. Oh well. Down we go. I know where the stairs are. I was hoping there was another shop. We did not get good stuff in that shop. We also have, I think, the boss floor starting. Don't know if we actually got a choice in this one, or we're just doing all the bosses for Final Fantasy VI. There's a boss here somewhere, right? Yep, there it is. What do we got? Typhon. Alright. Don't know if this should be a scary boss or not, so we will go into Protera. That is rude. That is very rude. Yeah, Protera's fog. So you can dodge it. But might have to go on the offensive here. Just outspeed him. I was using that, Dan. Bad news, we're not doing a lot of damage. Good news is he's not doing a lot of damage. Okay, we were fasted. I guess it didn't go until after the attack then? It's like 8 hits did not seem like a lot. That's problematic. But maybe this is why we've got a lot of Phoenix Downs. I think it's gonna like reset our buffs on the night, so like all those hastes and tempers go away. It's back to doing very little damage. I got no idea how much health this guy has, but probably more than we want to deal with at 250 at a time. Whatever Tadaris got on, I want everybody to have that. Dodged it twice now. Not doing the judgment steps because it's a really long animation for 300 damage. So Dan's just going to do his best. There we go. Well, that was annoying. I got a Genji helm out of it. I'm going to assume that, well, it's a lot of defense and evasion, that the lack of ribbon protection kind of makes it not very good. So this way? Okay, B11. Yeah, that's more of a puzzle boss than a dangerous boss, I guess. You gotta deal with a boss that you can't really buff for, but he doesn't do much damage, so. As long as you're keeping things relatively tidy, it's like, okay. The necks are back. They brought friends. Nothing down there, nothing over there. There's stairs. We should be like a third of the way through this place, so I feel like we're on pace for a sub 7-hour completion. That fits into my schedule here. As long as we don't get any really bad floors that take 20 minutes to do. Got rid of automatic runs on preemptives. Yeah, there's a lot of small changes that I don't understand. Like, why get rid of Peninsula Power? It is just so famous. And clearly something that they had to intentionally put in all the remakes. Because they totally redid how, like, all the overall map and encounter mechanics work. So why get rid of something that's, like, just so well known for the years? Okay, picked a bad direction there. I guess up to the northeast? See if that goes the right way. That's right, get him, Dan. Oh, no, here's that for cape. So this was the conversation about, is it worth replacing the pro cape? And I think the answer is no. But maybe on things like that snort, the value of having evasion would be higher. Okay, we haven't been this way. And there we go. Stairs complete. I'll try up here. Feels like we're starting to get like a different quality of enemy. Like pretty much all of these are unrunnables, or very hard to run from compared to what we've been fighting before. At least the fights are still really fast to get through. I do not see any stairs over there. But it just have $2 in them. It's kind of like the randomizer. There is a pool of items that are distributed throughout the dungeon, and not all of them are good items. It's like sometimes you'll get those apples that give you permanent HP, sometimes you'll get $2. So you're kind of rolling the dice every time. And the idea is that you are supposed to be incentivized to play the dungeons multiple times, which I don't know if you would really want to go through this a whole bunch. Especially with the puzzle stuff here. Hide and seek. Oh, this is the really aggravating one. Kid with the black hair. Yeah, you have to go through like some combination of doors to get to him. Let's try this thing north of the church. See, that's the red-haired kid. Is this by itself? So yeah, this is a forced direction here. So that doesn't go anywhere. But then this went back to something that was a different place. So maybe you have to go into a door you just came out of was the trick. There was something like that. Okay, we're going down to this one. Hey, here he is. Alright, now that we get back out of here. Well, that was easy. Huh. I do not remember that puzzle being at all fun before. Yeah, I know there's some gimmick to getting to where that is. I just try going through doors that I have not seen before and hoping I get lucky for it. Evidently works. I want to say these are things you can't run from. And you can probably see why they don't give you a lot of experience or gold here, because you would just be completely maxed out on levels by the time you went through all these floors. You're getting the strength. If we spend even half of this time in Temple of Fiends, we'd be at level 99 already. Alright, 16. So should be a couple levels away from our second boss fight at level 20. I don't remember if there's one at 30 as well, or if there's 3 bosses and it goes 10, 20, 40. I think there's 4 bosses, it goes 10, 20, 30, 40. We will definitely find out, though. Together. Okay, nothing up there, so this way's a dead end. Oh, stairs. That wasn't bad. Okay, you got north up there, which goes to a treasure chest. There's a little central hub. Seems to, like, pinwheel around. Nothing over there to the west. Nothing to the south. So we have to exit out this side, either south or east. Hey, stairs. Looks like you're coming in from the northeast side, but it could be from around the bottom or around the top. I think it's around the top. Excellent, another good floor. 18. Another one of those floors with the pass-through doors. I really have a hard time with these ones because it's an unusual dungeon shape compared to just a standard big empty thing, but quick door, so I'm happy with that. B19. What do we got going on here? We're one floor away from another boss fight. Might be Phantom Train coming up. I think we got Phantom Train, Orthros. Oh, there's somebody else in this dungeon as well. 10 HP. Yeah, I think viewer could use that. Despite getting some bad luck with the level ups, viewer's gotten a whole bunch of apples here, which has made up the difference. Let's try north. There we go. B20. Alright, there's the boss. Yeah, nothing else on this floor besides the fight. I think it's Doomgaze. I have no idea what that means for this version of the game, though. So we'll find out. No, seems to be some type of octopus. Let's go. I'm going to say Proteras seem good here. Try to block physical attacks. Don't know if we need to also buff our max HP or not. There's only a couple of fights where that's a really big deal. Yeah, I think the Proteras are pretty good here. Maze Driver Turtle. Your noodly arms are very noodly indeed. I approve. don't know, this just seems ridiculously easy compared to the last couple bosses we've had to fight. Maybe I'm just imagining that, but... that is the impression that I'm getting. We've got plenty of protects up now. We've got some tempers going on. $3,000 damage a pop is respectable. Kind of doubt that he's got more HP than Omega did. I mean, only a couple rounds of this should take care of him. Alright, now I'm rooting for Dan to get the kill. So close, Dan. Very close. And that is boss number 2. Rune Staff. I think this is the one that casts Heal 2. Which is pretty powerful. Because it's one not costing me any MP. But also because we can use this on the red mages. Yeah, this is the Heal 2 staff. Definitely better than, like, a mage staff at this point. Like, I think these plain ones are, kind of past their prime. That's a nice item. Where to next? 21. Halfway done with our last dungeon. Well, last bonus dungeon. Temple of Fiends I think we can do pretty fast. I am not going to be super worried about that place. There's stairs. Floodgigas. First time we've seen that guy. 22. Doorway into a big empty room. Is there anything over here? It's just a trap. Let's find it. This is either the very right way or the very wrong way. There's no in between. Very right. Excellent. 23. Dragons are back. I hope we get to murder a whole bunch again. Blood Tiger, this is runnable if it's a preemptive. We just skip that guy. I mean, possibly some of these are going to be amazing item drops if you happen to know, like, this specific monster is a good fight. But I feel like we're doing pretty good. Knocker from Final Fantasy IV. Okay. Getting eclectic here. Pharaoh, so we're past the king mummies. Yeah, it's really hard. Alright, this is another town level, which I think might have shops. But they're shops that we already have. So that seems less valuable. One items, there we go. Armor, white shirt, got one of those. Extra pro cape instead of the Zephyr cloaks. Zeus gauntlets, pearl rings, black shirts. I don't know, this effort's been working for us. Is it that red mage that had the items? Okay. I'm wondering if the fancy hats can simplify who we have to talk to, or if, like, anybody can have armor shops. Get back here, you. Okay, weapons. Wizard staff, Thor hammer, healing staff, mage staff, light axe, all basic stuff. So nothing super impressive so far. Supplies. Okay, these are all the curtains, which are basically wall spells or things like those. I do not have the patience to fight through that item. You can keep it. We're going to 25. Hopefully that was the right call. I seem to remember that there is like a big list for all these town shops. And it depends like on which floor you find it on, which items from the list are going to be put in, plus some random factor. So, like, you don't always get, like, the best stuff advertised. And, this time we definitely didn't get the best. Suddenly I see why resistance to tigers would be a good thing to have. Hey, stairs. Poison eagles. Yeah, we're getting just like completely new monsters now. Actually doing more than one damage, which is refreshing. And on to 26. Oh, I remember something about this. Like, you gotta count the number of Muggles or another really tedious task. Let's see if we can find the directions. Giant beavers have escaped. 2 to the right, 7 to the left. Alright, even more tedious. Right. Oh god, the beavers. Left. 2 left. If only we had Guy, he speaks beaver. I think that's 2 and 7. All right. Certainly some beaver trouble for you, sir. That is a cool floor. You get the really neat background. This is just another dungeon map floor, though. So it's like the fake overworld that we had a couple dungeons ago. But this time you don't need a boat. So it's a big upgrade. Go in here. Alright, that's just the box. Don't want to miss a craftily placed staircase. They're getting a little bit sneaky with some of these. Alright, nothing up there. Big lake. Pretty sure you don't need like a canoe or something. Hey, there's a runnable. Do we need a canoe? Let's find out. We need a canoe. Got it. So you can cross over there. But why would you want to? Which is just not what I'm looking for. Now there's treasure to the right. I feel like if you're crossing the lake, that's probably the correct direction to go. Interesting. Dark elementals are also runnable. Hey, there we go. Found a hole. 28. 12 floors left. I like the ice. I like the stairs. 29. Gotta find out if there's another boss after this or if it's on 40 for the last one. Maybe X potion's good. Look at this fur giant ripoff. I will have you know, sir, that you are nowhere near as good as the real thing. I'm supposed to deal with an elm gigas. Gonna fight pine sharks. Maple wolves. There's the stairs. Boss floor. This is Phantom Train. I recognize this place. All right. We all set for the fight? Yeah, pretty much. Toot toot. I'm gonna guess lots of instant death, but just in case. Put up some Proteras. Global warming. Unexpected. So may need max HP up if that does happen a couple times. Ooh, maybe I should start using that rune staff. That might help out as well. let's get our max HP up. Seems like it's more useful than Proteus. Just elixir my wish. You do tonics on yourselves. Need a little bit of buffer, so in case we can't get healed up immediately, we are not in critical danger. So like tonic on you. You can Rune Staff. Or maybe tonic on Runic. Put one more into Dara, maybe. Then we'll be good. Let's see how much this heal 2 does. Yeah, 100. Respectable. That'll mostly keep us out of trouble for a while. Beep, beep. Oh my. That was a lot of damage. Might need the Proteus after all. Alright, you're gonna keep doing that. 2 more Proteus, you can Hilaga. Thing is, we really have to be careful around Runic especially, so that we can keep all of these offensive buffs stacked up, so that we're doing real damage once we start attacking. Hey, Jerry, welcome in. Hope you're having a great day here. That you enjoy some GBA All Dungeons. Very in progress right now. Alright, let's see how we're doing on damage. East, Rune Staff. Keep up the heal 3s. Gotta catch up to those acid raids. We're not quite enough healing to be really safe here. See, we're like just barely going down every time he does that. 2,000. Was hoping for a bit more, but maybe the tempers will help. Alright, that's a lot better than the first time he attacked. Proteus are working. Damage isn't really getting much better. Might need like speed drinks or something to get more hits. Once we get this in place, I'll feel pretty good about chewing through it. There we go. Actually didn't have a lot of health. So that is another boss down. And a Mega Elixir. Actually more useful than most of the stuff that we've been finding. Yeah, the physical attack really surprised me after Acid Rains. I thought was going to be like his main thing. It's like, nope, you need to have physical defense as well. So just kind of juggling getting both of those up at the same time was really the only trick to get through. Stairs. There we go. 31, that is a lot of lava. As is known though, I am a big fan of delicious lava. Can't get enough of it. There's the stairs. Good floor. I approve. Does lava take you down to 1? It does normally. That might be special lava though. Because I think it was doing a lot more than 1 damage per step. It's hard to tell though. We did have a lot of lava steps. Alright, I think was that the staircase? Yeah, staircase is southeast of here. It's like sorceries, but worse. Who would come up with such a monstrosity? Certainly something that should not exist in this world. Alright, so are we going this way or east and then down? We're going to try south and then east first. Definitely seems like the encounters are getting a little bit more aggressive. I mean, they're still not dangerous. We've got something like 4,000 NP worth of ethers stocked up. So we can keep going for a long time. But it's mean that the going is slower than it was before. Near to the knockers. Alright. I'll take the treasure chest. Against my better judgment. It is probably not going to be worth it. Is it 2 gold? Is it 2 Vorpal swords? Might be 2 Vorpal swords. How do I feel about the NP system? It's very different than spell slots. But it means that you've got a lot better balance for mages in the late game. 5 more max MP? Sure. There you go, Dan. Like, you'll definitely notice it makes the game much, much easier. You can cast your best spells a lot, like all the time. And with Ethers getting you MP recovery in dungeons, like you'll never run out of spell casts as well. And that's where the parity comes in. Like, the fighters could swing their swords thousands of times, and now the mages can do the same. How bad is the Vorpal sword here? Even worse than ever before. I don't think we need to murder all of these people, but I'm sure there's somebody here that needs death. I think this is also where the line about the troll's headache is explained. Oh yeah, Dark Wizard. You are a tricky one. For whatever reason in the regional game they called the white mage the fighter. At least black mage is called mage. Clay Golem, don't need you. Black Knight, nope. That's a bad man. Sahag, nope. I mean, sometimes you're just boned. There's the pork chops. Somebody here's gonna fight me. And it's gonna be like a really trivial fight. It's like, oh, okay, puzzle solved. Gargoyle. Grimp. To be fair, this is way better than wandering around looking for stairs at a random encounter. Ogre. There's the troll. His headache. It's so bad. There's Astos. Alright, Astos is done. Good fight. Just get rid of the rest of them in case there's another one that we need to fight. There's Mummy. Wizard. Giant. And the vampire. Good fight. Puzzle solved. $34. Elixir's not bad. We will probably need those eventually. These things are pretty bad. I am not a fan. Gargoyles. Still more interesting new stuff. Okay, can't get over there. Another stamina plus. Alright, viewer. I know you're doing your best, but I've fed you a lot of things. I kind of expected your HP to be better, but not by now. Feeling stairs up here. Feeling some massages going on. There's the stairs. And another another one of these town things. Oh, another puzzle one. HP up. MP up. HP down. Well, that was rude. MP down. Ah, yes, the Light Warriors. Definitely doing their Light Warrior thing. MP recovered. HP recovered again. Oh, look, the bottle fairy. I see. Now it makes sense. HP down. Another Zephyr Cape. Already got plenty of those. Huh. There's enemies in here. That might not be good. I think we've been tricked. Oh, you think that ogre's mad? I'm pretty mad too. Well, that's why fairies are not to be trusted. Question is, I haven't gotten any clues about what to do. MP up. Okay, more fairies over here. Wonderful. No, not wonderful. HP down. Get back here, fairy. MP down. I'm starting to not like these fairies very much. Silver apple. Okay, no more information. Let's say 5 HP. I guess still viewer. Keep giving that to you. Beep, 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 beep. You look very annoyingly isolated. In staircase, there we go. What a great floor. Beep. Uh-oh. The beeps are not working. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, beep. Alright. That might be the worst floor that we have found so far. And hopefully, the worst floor that has ever existed. Is this randomized? Yes. But it's made of a bunch of pre-constructed floors. So just get them in different orders, and you'll have different starting points on the floor. So if you have like a big catalog of all the possible floors, and where the chest locations are, and where the exit locations are, you can kind of figure out where you are, and kind of navigate quickly. But I have not played this version in many years. Especially not the bonus dungeons, so we're doing this all on the fly here. Knock, knock. Alright, we did not have success running last time, so I'm just gonna kill these things. They're probably runnable. $92,000. Alright. That seems like a lot of cash. 37. Bone Snatch. I see the bone zone has expanded. Alright, chest, door. Probably not in the door, but I'll see. Just in case. Yeah, just boxes. Ooh, power plus. Got their strength up there. Can definitely use those on the knights for a little while longer. Knight will eventually cap out at whatever 99 max strength in this version. But it gets us there faster. Alright, stairs. Oh, the Reapers. Yeah, those things are rough. $38. 2 regular floors to go. We are getting there. Finally feels like the end is in sight, which is nice after that nice long journey. These things have a lot of health. We actually got hit by the trance attack. It's the first time we've managed to not dodge that. Like, our magic defense is way, way beyond what you normally have in the game. It's allowing us to ignore a lot of things like the regular touch attacks and things that would plague you at like level 10. So just imagine how powerful you get if you actually go up to like level 99 in this version. Alright, I see stairs. And I think we might be getting very close. 39. $40. Final boss fight at Whisperwind Cove. Who have we not had? Definitely a more dangerous dungeon than Lightspring Grotto was, although the bosses have not been bad so far. And then we got Death Gaze. Alright. Seems like an enemy that probably uses instant death. I've guessed this like 6 times, and it will eventually be true. Also uses very powerful touch attacks. Alright. Duly noted. May need some repairs. Interesting. Gonna deal with him doing X-Furs there. I can fix that, but that's also my useful AoE healing. So a couple things we need to deal with here. Double Patera. Good dodge on the death. Okay, you're walled back up. I have no idea if that actually works to wall after. But I'm assuming so. It would make sense to me. Pateras are helping. May need more of them, but helping. Hey, Kilgore. Thank you very much for the host there. Hope you had a great stream here. We're doing a all dungeons playthrough of the GBA version of Final Fantasy I. It's the last of the bonus dungeons. We still have to do Temple of Fiends for the real end of the game. So welcome in. Hope you had a lovely night and enjoy the rest of the show here. Right, floor 40 of Whisperwind Cove. This is one of the bosses from Final Fantasy VI. Had to get through Final Fantasy 3 bosses, Final Fantasy 4 bosses, Final Fantasy 5 bosses, and this is the last one here. I think we're doing mostly okay now. I think the last one's gonna be super easy. The dungeon itself is not bad, Jira, but the fight with Chaos is still pretty fun. Got a piece of the Staff of Chaos. Well, certainly seems like a guy that I want to meet. Haste Temper. We're doing pretty good on health after all that setup. Yeah, now we can finally not die to his claw attacks there. That was like 800 damage when we started fighting. And the big question is going to be, how much health does he have? 2,000 pop's going to be pretty good. But they'll be up to 4,000 before too long. Toss out some of these speed drinks for more damage. Alright, that'll be really annoying if our fighter dies. So definitely need to fix that in a hurry. This guy's fast. Another good dodge there. He's done that twice now. Don't know if it's like a time thing where like every so many turns he's going to be trying that combo out. But it certainly seems scripted to back those two up together. Damn, it's looking pretty good. I think this fight might be under control. Dan, such a helper. Now we saw that it was like, what, 35,000 for Omega when we were doing the Final Fantasy V bosses. And I think those were supposed to be the hardest of the bosses, even though this is the harder dungeon. So I'm gonna guess this guy has got not a lot more time. Got him. Final Fantasy 6 dungeons done. And we get the Lightbringer. But that's better than the Excalibur. We can't use it. What? Oh, I bet it's a red mage. Remember that? Yeah, that's a pretty good sword. Cast Fade on use. It's as good as Fighter with Excalibur now. So, that's definitely a thing. Guess I'll leave you with the defense sword here. Better to have the extra accuracy for more attacks. Let's see. 160, 192 is the next breakpoint, so that does get you another attack per round. And that gets us the Ultima weapon. Oh yeah, that's pretty good. Final Fantasy 6 is done. On to Temple of Fiends. And we're about to head 2,000 years back in time. It's an okay weapon. I would say slightly better than the Catclaw, but only by a little bit. Maybe somewhere between the Catclaw and Vorpal Sword. Couple things to check how we doing on Giants Tonics. Alright, all of these in battle ones we got plenty of for Temple of Fiends. We got our ethers all filled up here. Wow, we used a lot of those. It was a very long dungeon. We were there for an hour and a half. That's a very unforgiving place. But now we are ready for the finale. Let's go. So I'm guessing we don't need to pick up the Masmune if we don't want to. Ultimate Weapon seems better. And I can't believe that after all that, White Mage is still almost keeping up with the fighter for HP. That is ridiculous. Yeah, we get levels again. That'll be new. Been so long since we've fought stuff that was worth experience. Feels weird. Hey, last calls. Welcome in. Hope you can recover from your workday here. We got the very end of our all dungeons playthrough. Finished off all the bonus dungeons, now finishing off the main game. We got some very bad men standing in our way. More bad men. They're multiplying. This is the Wheel of Destiny. Now we were doing a planned run to do all the dungeons. So, common old speedrun party to have. You mostly want to have a lot of damage stacked on top of that fighter. And so we got some red mages for offensive buffs, white mage to do a healing during the fights. And we got one phantom out of the way. Impromptu concert end. We are down to the backside. Now, one of the weird things here is that because we did all the bonus dungeons, we're now powerful enough that I can just charge through here and not have to do a whole bunch of save scumming. I don't know if it's actually faster, because you do have to do a lot of the fights. But it's a novel experience, so I am sticking to it. I think we're like 10 levels higher than we would be in a normal speedrun. Which makes this part a lot easier than normal. Love that slurp sound that the cape makes when it blocks. It's like trying to come up with a sound effect of somebody dodging something with a piece of cloth. It's like, alright, I got it. Slurp. Frosties, no problem. They still outspeed us, which is amazing. Like, we probably have a very hard time running even at these levels. And on to the 4 elemental floors, starting with Lich here. I'd give Dan a better weapon, but he's starting to get with that staff. It's sentimental value now. Ambushed. Outrageous. I will be speaking to this dungeon's manager about this. Alright, first of our 4 Fiend refights, let's go. It's lit time, back to the good Fiend music as well. Could use a haste. Don't think we're gonna need much more than this. Let's go with the nuke. Good choice. Alright, I mean, I'm kind of impressed that the Fiends are strong enough that is not enough to kill him. It's been working out. There he goes. This is done. On to Carrie's floor. No need to pick up Pro Cape. We already got plenty of defensive items that we can use. Will we see another Agama? We did get a couple of Agamas in Gurgur Volcano. I can always use an Agama snack. There we go. The Agamas are in force. And they are even more delicious than ever before. Carry time. That could be throwing another offensive buff with Dan, but you can see the Fiends are starting to hit a little bit harder. So it is important to keep the party in good shape. And a swing for the fences. 2 Fiends down. 2 to go. Miniature pile of pain. Alright, respectable damage. Normally red mages wouldn't be able to do that. Kind of tempting. That's what, like 3.3 Agamas worth of experience? The Sags don't really add as much as you would hope, so it's actually kind of carried by those white sharks. And what's this? Time to get cracking. Oh, the noodly arms. They're so noodly. And Kraken really doesn't like that red mage. To be fair, he is probably jealous that the red mage has a nicer hat. Just like that. One more fiend down, one more fiend to go. No Mazmunes for us today. Already set for our gear. Now if that had been an Iron Golem fight, I would have been impressed. Close though. And close enough to make it to Tiamat. Excellent, nobody getting baited today. Those are the best days you can have. Let's see, 2 Proteras, that probably dulls the bite attack quite a bit. But let's have you 2 Protera instead of tempering so that Dan can heal Laga here. And we should really not have to worry about the bite attack after this. Good fight. Tiamat's done. Got a rune staff out of that. Another heal 2 item. Say no to the mind flayers and let's say yes to chaos. Final battle of the game coming up. Alright, everybody's at max HP. Get your MP all recovered. Very nice Temple of Fiends trip. Getting really weird having to, or not having to saves come across those floors. Be able to just escape or take all the encounters really fast. But now we get to fight the last boss. And time for one more really good boss battle theme. Let's go. I will play it more traditionally safe. I'm going to say we do the Giant's tonics. I actually treat this as a serious fight. Because he's a pretty tough guy. Would have been rude. But we do it plenty of fast. I'm okay with that. Look, Chaos has many faces in many places. Just gotta deal with that. More Proteus nice. He hasn't done any physical attacks, but kind of unpredictable. He does have a really big physical. He's got skills that he'll rotate through, as well as a set of spells not far down the spell line is going to be Cure for. So I don't really have a strong reason to start swinging until we see that go off. I guess they'll take a Giant's tonic. Pretty soon we're going to be in very good shape for the physicals. I mean, that was still a really big hit. That's with a lot of Proteus up. So you can see how good those things are. Alright, on to the offense. I guess Dan can keep doing the Proteus for a little while longer. Whenever he doesn't have a turn that he needs to do healing on. Since he's being shy about the Cure 4. Let's see if we can bait it out. There he goes. Cure 4 is done. There's not a full heal technically. He's got 20,000 HP. And Cure 4 is capped at 9999 healing. Still to wiped out. Couple turns of us attacking. Good damage. I feel like that is respectable for the fighter swings. That is scary for Chaos to do that. More Proteus. Does he do Cure 4 more than once? Every 8 spells he'll Cure 4. But he might also be doing skills, he might be doing physical attacks, so you've got no idea how many turns 4 or 8 spells is. Like the bus animations. Yeah, like a lot of these are unique skills. Other than Earthquake there, which is crack. That's on a couple other fights. Things like Inferno and Swirl and Tornado, those are just chaos for those skills. Then all the spells are things that other people have. And I think what we have is an all dungeons speedrun. More or less. Fun run. Of the Final Fantasy GBA version done in 7 hours, 9 minutes, and 24 seconds. Not bad. But that was pretty good. I had a lot of fun doing it, and I hope you all had fun as well.